Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to virtual summit that is happening today. Listen, this summit is going to be one to remember. We have some amazing guests on that will be speaking today. It's just going to be great. Listen, I want all of my people to make sure that you're engaged when you peep in. I know some of y'all may be working. I know some of y'all may be spending a day out, but when you peek in and peek out, let me know you're here. Comment. Let us know that you're here. If you have any questions along the way, let us know as well. All right. I do see we have Miss Aline Ford. We have Sweet Pea. Grown woman, don't try me. Listen, we have all of the people in the house, and I know that y'all are going to be coming in and out as the day goes on. All right. I first want to say here that I will be, y'all know me, I am Chef Don Don, and I will be your host and moderator for today. All right. We are here to educate, empower, and elevate. All right. It's definitely needed. I mean, I know that right now there's a lot going on. There's it in everybody's life, I'm sure. And so I think that we can use something like this virtual for people to have an opportunity to just tap in, get some tips. Hopefully it helps us, especially as Black owned businesses. I know that right now things we just need the resources. We need the resources. So what I did do, and so I want you guys to take full advantage of this. If you scan these two QR codes, the QR code up to the left is going to be for your resource, Black owned resource business book. Now, I want to go ahead and let you guys know that that is going to be updated all of the time, okay? Because I want us to have those resources available to us in case if you need, we have an attorney that will be speaking today. Maybe you may need her services. Well, this will be an easy way for you to go ahead and make sure that you book her, okay? Same for the summit program. You scan that QR code and the times that we're going to try to stay on schedule as much as possible, but the times of each panel and everything is going to be there as well for you. Okay. All right. So we have quite a few guests here. We will have Sheridan S. Davis. You guys know that Sheridan S. Davis is actually going on tour with me for the Cooking Up Mess with Chef Don Don tour. She will be with me. You guys know that she's an author, she's a speaker, so she will be here today. We also have Kai Mitchell. Shout out to Kai. Kai runs a management company, all right, and so he is also managing our tour as well. So we're excited about that. And then we have a couple of singers, okay, that's in music. We have quite a few people that will be popping in today as we do this summit. All right. So if you guys will do me a huge favor and make sure you hit the like button on this, and we're going to get started here in just one moment. Give me 1 second. I have one more thing to say, and then we're going to get started. Now, listen, I know some of y'all may be working. All right. Y'all got a notepad on your phone. Okay. You may need to take some notes. All right. That's what that's the purpose of a summit. You may need to take some notes in regard to something that you might hear, may stick out to you. And we're talking about a lot of things that we need to know. Okay. So get your pen and your paper out, and then we're going to get this thing started. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started on our first panel. Give me 1 second. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a panel because it's just going to be me moderating, and it's going to be Miss Antoinette here speaking. So what we're talking about on this first panel is going to be power, policy, and progress. All right. And we have a couple talking points that we're going to get into. So again, make sure you get your pen and your paper and you're ready. Hey, Jasmine. Hey, Tracy. Hey, everybody. I want to make sure I speak to you all as y'all come in. All right. So if you're listening in the bushes, holla at me. I need to know that you're here. Okay. All right. So without further ado, let me go ahead and we're going to get Miss Antoinette here. Let me just give y'all a little bit about her before I do bring her up. Now, Miss Antoinette Bone Esquire, okay, she is a powerhouse attorney that specializes in estate planning, probate, and asset protection for professionals and business owners. So, us business owners, we need this. A former Air Force JAG officer and assistant district attorney, Antoinette brings unmatched integrity, strategy, and leadership to the legal field. Recognized as a top attorney in 2019 to 2022, she continues to advocate for solo and small firm lawyers while serving her community with excellence. So, without further ado, I do want to bring Miss Antoinette up. Hello, Miss Antoinette.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here.
Happy Saturday to you.
Happy Saturday.
Well, first of all, let me ask you this question. How are you doing today? How are you feeling? Yeah, let me ask that.
Look, I'm gonna be real. It's been a long week.
It has.
It's been a long week, and I did not get much sleep last night. But I'm here because what we're going to talk about is really important for our community in particular. It's important for everybody in general because everybody needs what I do. But I think our community in particular is not well versed in understanding why we need to do this.
I do agree with you. I always say this, like, now I'm in my 30s. I ain't gonna get my age, but I'm in my 30s, and a lot of things that I'm learning now, I wish I would have known then, because it would have gotten me so far. And I'm appreciative of it because I do feel like you learn lessons that way. But I do wish that there were a lot of things that I know now that I would have known then for sure.
I know. Same here.
But
Would have saved
sometimes,
a lot of heartache in life.
right. So we're going to be talking about how policies in the state law affect Black families and Black business owners. We're going to be talking about building generational wealth through legal literacy, and also turning policy awareness into empowerment. I think those are some really great topics. But let me ask you, where are you comfortable starting?
Well, we can start with the policies question, how it affects Black families and business owners.
Okay,
There's
okay.
there's so much to say, it's just so much to say. So, if it's all right, I'll just go ahead and start.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. So, one thing that people need to understand about estate planning is that, first of all, it is not a transaction. It is something that when you start doing it, you need to keep it up to date. So I'm going to talk about estate planning in the context of probate first, because that's kind of where people may first encounter estate planning, or really the lack of it, because probate can end up being what no estate planning looks like or what bad estate planning looks like. So when we talk about policy and estate law, we're really talking about how the rules of the game determine how we keep what we've built. Estate planning laws are largely tax related. Well, I won't say largely. There's a significant tax aspect to estate planning, but most people don't have a taxable estate. The law, the One Big Beautiful Bill, which was signed on July 4th, has cemented the federal exemption amount. And what that is an amount of money that you can essentially give away without there being any federal estate tax due. So currently, that is $13.99 million per person, and double that for a couple. In 2026, that amount is going to go to $15 million per person, double that for a couple. And so what that means is you can give away $15 million and you don't have a federal tax state issue. If you give away more than that, then we need to start talking about real tax planning. But for the majority of Americans, no matter what color you are, no matter where you live, federal estate taxes are not going to be an issue. And it's one of the first things that people ask me about, they express concerns about. So I want to tell you that for most of you, it's not going to be a problem. When you get $15 million, then yeah, you definitely want to start doing some tax planning. But you should definitely be doing estate planning before then. So, the law itself is really neutral. But understanding how to use it and the information about it is not equally distributed. Now, the information is out there to be had, but you really need to be very mindful about who you are getting your information from. Everybody on YouTube don't know what they're talking about. Everybody on TikTok doesn't know what they're talking about. So I want to encourage you to go to an actual attorney and talk to them about your situation, because a lot of what estate planning looks like for you is going to be driven by your situation. It's not going to be about what your cousin did or what your friend did. It's about what is going on with you and your property, your finances. So in terms of probate, because we are here in Texas, so I'm going to focus on Texas, but every state has intestacy laws, and those laws dictate what happens to your property when you die with no will. You can opt out of that system by doing some estate planning. It can be will-based estate planning. It can be trust-based estate planning. But the only way to opt out is to do it. If you don't want the state deciding who receives your property when you die, you have to plan. It's as simple as that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can go to your friend and say, there's, oh, you could do this, that, or the other, but unless they've gone to law school and they practice in this area, you probably want to be wary about taking their advice on what you can or can't do.
And I actually just really quick, one of the things also too, and I'm glad you said that, is because everybody's situation is not the same either. And a lot of times they give the information based on what they've been through,
Mhm.
which is not it's not always the same. And I
Exactly.
did want to express that because I had one of my grandmothers passed away. She didn't have a will, she didn't have anything. So her children had to go to probate court, and they were trying to explain to other people what it was about. And I'm like, I think our this situation is a lot different from what other people are going through. I do.
Yes, what probate looks like is going to vary. Like there's different types of probate. Probate isn't just one process. It is several different processes, and we have to look at what's going on in your situation to determine which process is going to be the right process to choose. But if you end up in probate with no planning in place, the results can be that one, there's going to be delay because the probate process, even if it's what we call an independent administration, meaning there is no court supervision of the process, even that process will take 9 to 18 months. So having no plan oftentimes leads to delay, drained resources, and broken relationships. Because one thing that I hear too often, and again, this is across the board, doesn't matter what color you are, what your ethnicity is, people say, I'm just going to let my family worry about it when I'm gone. That is not a loving or a kind thing to do to your family. That is how relationships that may already be strained end up being completely broken. It is absolutely preventable. And one of the very unfortunate things that I hear people say is, you know, they have this superstition that if they plan for what's going to happen when they die, it means that they're going to die immediately. Well, I have a secret to tell everybody. There is a 100% mortality rate for the human race. 100%. You are going to die. And the thing that you don't know is when that's going to happen. And so you can either be prepared for that, or you can prepare your family for that, or you can leave them a hot mess. The choice is yours. I want to strongly encourage you not to leave a hot mess for your family. Because again, this isn't just about the transfer of assets, it is about relationships as much as it is about the money. So for Black families, wealth isn't always lost because we haven't created it. It's lost because we didn't protect it on paper. You know, telling your family what it is you want to do without actually documenting it is ineffective planning. You basically have done absolutely nothing. You have to put it on paper for it to be recognized. You may not like it, it may seem burdensome, but that is what you must do if you want to be an adult and be responsible. You got to plan on paper. So, estate law reflects our participation in the economy. Over generations, lack of legal access and guidance has caused millions of dollars to leave Black households. And there are a lot of sort of pitfalls that people don't see. And one can be Medicaid recovery, and of course, probate. These can be some of the pitfalls that hit families hardest when they haven't had counseling and they have no plan in place. So when it comes to Medicaid, Medicaid is what pays for long-term care. That is not Medicare. Medicaid is a government benefits program that is means tested. And when I say means tested, what I mean is that the government is looking at how much money you have to determine as part of the determination of your eligibility for those benefits. So you have an elderly parent who is ill. They really can't take care of themselves anymore. And they need long-term care. They need medical assistance. Maybe you can't do that for them. So we're looking at getting on this public benefit program to pay for their care. Well, you should understand that Medicaid is like a loan. The government will pay the money for the care. But when that person dies, the government wants their money back. And that is where Medicaid estate recovery comes in. So a lot of times the only asset in someone's estate is their house. It's the largest and most valuable asset. And if you haven't taken steps to protect that asset upon your death, then the state can force that property to be sold to get repaid. Plan to not be on Medicaid. You should look at Medicaid as a resource of last resort, because the quality of care that you get on Medicaid is not going to be the best care. Across the board, if you are poor, no matter what race you are, if you are poor and you can't afford medical care, a lot of these facilities are not the best of facilities. And the really good ones, unless you can have afforded to pay to be there before you essentially ran out of money, then you're unlikely to get into one of those really nice facilities. You're going to end up in some place that smells like urine, and the staff are not the most attentive or caring. If you love your parent, if you love yourself, you don't want to end up in a place like that. And again, ending up in a place like that can be absolutely avoidable, but that takes planning. It takes decision making. It takes having hard conversations with your family. So when it comes to business ownership,
really quick before we move into the business.
Yeah, break up with the questions.
I was going to say, if anyone in the chat has any questions before we move to the business side of it, please let us know. But we do have one question from Tracy. She said, I want to know how the big bumbling bill affects buying a home and first-time home owners programs.
I am really not qualified to answer that question. I don't deal in real estate. That's probably a question better suited for a real estate attorney or even a realtor.
Okay. That big ugly bill, that big ugly bill is definitely something though. But yeah, so if we have any other questions, I'll bring them up. But now we can go ahead and move over to the business side of things. And good morning to everybody that's popping in.
Yeah. So when it comes to business owners, unfortunately for many Black businesses, they don't survive beyond the founder. And it's not because of a lack of success. Again, it's a lack of structure and planning. So people start businesses and they think all that they need to do is at a minimum, go and file documents with the Secretary of State. And, they're off to the races. They're off to making money. No, that is not the only thing that you need to do. That is just so that the state knows that your business exists and so that they can tax you if you start making enough money. What of the other things that you need to do are to get an operating agreement, even if you are a single member LLC. So you start your business, it's just you. You're going to be a single member LLC. And there's really no reason for you to incorporate as any other type of entity. An LLC is just got some great benefits and flexibility to it. So even as a single member LLC, you need to have an operating agreement, because without an operating agreement, what you are essentially telling the state is that whatever rules you have in the business organizations code, I'm going to be bound by that. You don't know what those rules are. You don't know if those rules are going to be beneficial to you in the running or management of your business. And undoubtedly, they probably won't. An operating agreement sets out how your business is to be run. Because again, when it comes to planning, in this area, in estate planning, if you plan, you get to set the rules. You don't leave that up to the government. And you being able to set the rules is one of the most powerful things that you can do. So, if you have a partner, oh my goodness, you absolutely need to have something in writing about your relationship with that person. Um, if you plan on the business surviving the incapacity or the death of one of you, you need to have a buy sell agreement. And what that is it's an agreement that says, hey, if this person dies, then there's going to be money to buy out their share, because they may be married and their spouse may or may not be involved in the business, but you may not want to be in business with their spouse. So you have to have these types of agreements in writing to help avoid a lot of discontent and litigation, ultimately, if things really go south. And then succession planning. If you want your business to really be the source of generational wealth, you absolutely have to build a succession plan. You have to have one. You have to have a plan for how that business is going to continue without you, how it's going to continue to serve your family's financial interests. Without a succession plan, again, the business is going to die with you. And I mean, that succession plan may look like I'm going to leave my business to family members, or I'm going to sell my business upon my death. And then that's what I'm going to leave, is this nut for my family to continue to build wealth into the future. But these things don't just happen, without some thought. You really do need advice. And I'm not talking about from your friend, I'm talking about from a qualified professional.
I do think that's very important because um, I'll just give an example straight out of the gate. I wanted to start a catering business, right? And just like you just said, in the beginning, I didn't have the resources around me. I didn't have anybody to direct me. So here I am thinking I'm really doing something. I went down and I got my DBA, and I got doing business as, and here I am now. Let me go get my tax ID number, and then now, eventually when I get the money, I'll turn it into an LLC, and I'll do this, not realizing that, yo, there's a better way to do this, because this ain't it. This is really not it. This is not doing business as doesn't protect you in any type of way. And I think people really need to realize that, and really go through the strategic. So I went through a course. And I also had someone who worked in this field to help me out with it. But there were a lot of things that I had no clue about. And the crazy thing is now a lot of times when you go apply for loans, when you go just doing anything for your business, they ask you for a lot of this documentation. So it's needed. It's absolutely needed. And again, this is why I say I wish in the first time when I was doing business, I wish I would have known that. But now my company now is in the straight, it's straight through, because I made sure I got the paperwork. Right. Made sure I got the correct paperwork in place, because, and again, here's the thing too, y'all, that you have to remember, and I definitely know you can piggyback on this, but even if your business gets in trouble, it's not only your business that gets in trouble, you personally get in trouble as well. So that's just, information that could possibly help people along the way.
So that is true if you are DBA, because a DBA, a doing business as, is no protection whatsoever.
Right.
If you incorporate to an LLC, that is like the lowest level of asset protection. But in order to really capture the full scope of asset protection, you need to have an operating agreement. You need to show that you're running that business like a business and not as your personal piggy bank. You need to file your taxes. The Texas franchise tax, if you don't make a certain amount of money in the business, then you don't pay franchise taxes. But I think it's like maybe $1 million or $2 million over that. You got to pay
I
tax.
just got off the phone with them yesterday.
Yeah. So you got to run the business like a business. It is not, it is a separate entity from you when you properly incorporate. And you should not forget that or let that get lost on you, the importance of that protection. One of the great things about living in the state of Texas from a legal perspective and estate planning perspective is that we have some fantastic laws regarding asset protection just built into our Constitution. So, like, your home is protected by the Constitution. You're not going to lose your house because, like, you go bankrupt or you get sued. But when you are not running your business like it is a business, then if something happens with your business, like you end up in litigation and you can't show the court that, they may do what they call piercing the corporate veil and reach through the entity to you personally. And that kind of defeats the whole point of having incorporated in the first place. So do more than just file your entity with the Secretary of State. Get an operating agreement in place. Get advice about what needs to be in that operating agreement. And like, I know it, sometimes you got to start your thing on a shoestring budget. But as soon as you get some money, get out of the DBA, because the DBA is just no protection for you whatsoever. It is sort of in conclusion to this point of discussion. I want to say that, the law isn't against us when it comes to planning. Like I said, Texas is one of the most trust-friendly jurisdictions in the country in terms of whether we're doing will-based planning or trust-based planning. The challenge isn't hostile policy, it's unequal participation. You can't expect a good outcome if you fail to do your part. It's as simple as that. The law rewards those who plan ahead, those who put structure and foresight in place. Like, everyone deserves access to high quality legal planning, but affordable should never mean cheap. Estate planning should be thoughtful, tailored, and strategic, because what you're protecting is irreplaceable. So, taking the time and the effort to plan is a form of activism. It's a way to ensure that your families and our stories and our legacies stay intact for generations to come. But if you fail to plan, it will get dissipated, and quickly.
Yeah, listen, y'all, this conversation is super, super important. I hope you guys are taking your notes, especially if you own a business, and especially just for your children, your grandchildren. You don't want to put them in a position. I think that's one of the hardest things that I've gone through, is losing my mother and my mother not having a plan. It's tough. It is so tough, especially when she owns property and she owns this and she owns it. It is tough. And like you said, it is important to have this planned out, because again, what it does is it damages further relationships within your family that don't, we don't got to do it. We already going through enough, so we don't really have to deal with these things. And I think, again, a lack of resources, well, there's not a lack of resources, it's a lack of not knowing, or not knowing where to get it. And so we appreciate that. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Let me see. Brown Mama has a question. Good morning. How often should an estate plan be updated, and should a provision be added for future grandchildren?
So I recommend updating your estate plan at least every 3 years. And why do I say that? It's not necessarily that your will may need to plan or your will may need to change or your trust may need to change. But estate planning is not just about what happens to your stuff when you die. It's about disability planning as well. So, what's going to happen to you if you become incapacitated? And so, there's a whole slew of documents that you should be looking at as being a part of a comprehensive estate plan. Those would be durable powers of attorney for finances, a medical power of attorney, a HIPAA release, a directive to physicians, a pre-need declaration of guardian, an agent for remains, and instructions for remains. Now, in terms of provisions for future grandchildren, documents are going to typically be structured in a way that it will take into account future children being born, whether that be you having more kids or potentially your grandkids being taken into account. But the more pointed question is really, are you trying to do something specific for these future grandchildren? If so, then that may necessitate a change in the part of the plan that deals with what happens to the stuff. But if not, then you probably don't need to make any substantive changes to a will or a trust.
I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. Do y'all have any other questions? Hey, Kimber. Hey, Brittany. Hey, Ray Mill. Hey, Janetta. Hey, everybody. I appreciate y'all for being here. If y'all could do me a huge favor and hit that like button. Let me see. I think we have one more question. Good morning. Thank you for this useful information. Would a date on death deed be beneficial?
Oh, I think they mean transfer on death deed.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
yeah. Thanks.
well, yes, it can be beneficial, but what's our goal here? What are we trying to do? I mean, I can uh, advice needs context. So a transfer on death deed is a way to potentially just eliminate the need for probate. If your house is the only asset that you really own, um, you can do a transfer on death deed to transfer that upon your death to whoever it is that you want to have the property. But you got to make sure, in order to actually avoid probate, that any other asset that you own has been dealt with. You know, in the estate planning world, we call this poor man's estate planning. So you can do things like transfer on death deeds. You can do beneficiary designations on bank accounts. And if those are your primary assets, then it's possible that you can avoid probate. There's even something you can do in order to transfer your motor vehicle to someone. But again, you got to be proactive. If you fail to plan, none of this happens.
Yeah, listen, y'all, we got to be proactive. I appreciate this. This is very, very beneficial to us, and hopefully, this information is good for y'all, and hopefully, y'all jotting this down and doing what you need to do with it. So, before we move on, I just want to make sure we're good with the business and uh, we're good with this topic, right?
Yeah, because I think we're going to move into succession planning and trust creation, legal protection.
Yes, yes, that is next. Okay, so now we're going to discuss um, building the generational wealth through a legal literacy. All right, I'm gonna give you the floor on that and let you take that.
So we've kind of already talked a little bit about succession planning and the importance of structures in legal planning, in asset protection planning. So I want you to think about structure not as a burden or a constraint, but first as stewardship. God has blessed you to have accumulated something. and you are tasked to be a good steward of what God has given you to manage. Failing to plan, not being a good steward. Planning, being a good steward. Should not be viewed as a burden. Does it require that you do some work? It absolutely does. I mean, I'm not going to, try to sugarcoat that. But planning is the act of turning your intentions into protection. Without structure, the law decides what happens. And hey, if you are okay with the government telling you how to leave your property, then don't do it. Don't plan. But if you are not okay with that, you have the opportunity to make a difference for your family. You can decide what things look like. Legal documents are your way of telling the courts and the government, the state, and the next generation of your family how to protect what matters most to you. They are your instructions for peace, and that's PEACE. So structure provides continuity. And when you have a plan in place, your family doesn't have to guess. The government doesn't have to guess. They follow the plan that you have put in place. It keeps businesses running, assets organized, and families united. It is disheartening to see the fracturing of families fighting over stuff. There are more important things to be discontented about in the world than who your parents left the house to, or did you get grandmama's frying pan, or whatever other thing that someone else possessed. More important things to worry about. And if you don't want to worry about that and you don't want your family to worry about that, you can take steps to avoid that kind of result. So I've mentioned planning with wills and planning with trusts. And this presentation isn't really going to focus on the difference between wills and trusts, but for business owners, you are likely going to need trust-based planning. And your estate plan needs to be coordinated with your business plan. And so again, we're back to ensuring that you have documentation in place that creates a structured plan that will work when the time comes, whether that be because of incapacity or death. Trust in particular are the architecture of legacy. Extremely wealthy people, they don't do will-based planning. They do trust-based planning. Trusts are fantastic estate planning tools. They are so flexible. You get to decide what it looks like. A well-designed trust allows you to direct how and when wealth is used. It can protect assets from creditors or outside claims, and it can preserve property within your family for decades, as well as preserving family relationships. It gives you the power to teach and guide from beyond your lifetime. And it gives you the opportunity to make sure that your values endure right alongside your wealth. But again, if you fail to have the conversations that are necessary and do the work that's necessary, none of this happens. I want you to think about estate planning, and as a subset of estate planning, succession planning for business owners, as a form of love. It is love in legal form. And so a succession plan helps everyone know who's going to take over, how decisions are going to be made, how do we maintain harmony. And again, this all comes back to the family. Without a plan, your family members end up at odds. And the business can become just another casualty of grief and dysfunction and discord. So the bottom line here is that structure equals power, and informality equals vulnerability. You cannot rely on verbal promises or we'll figure it out later or, I got you. The law doesn't recognize any of that. What you have to have is a writing. Structure turns love, labor, and intention into a protected legacy.
I
Question.
like that. I like that. I listen. I like that because again, I've been there. I've been there, and I know a lot of families. I'm sure a lot of families. Every family, I'm pretty sure, has been there at some point. Um, so I think this information is definitely helpful. Definitely, especially helpful for me because I do have a business, and I want to make sure that all of my things are in line. Um, I've acquired some things, this year, and so I think all of this information is definitely important. Kimber says there are some business owners who draw benefits. So if you become disabled and can draw, you may should put this in your planning. That a good point there to make sure you do that.
I don't think I'm following.
Okay, Kimber, if you're still here, you may can put that back in the comments on what you meant by that. So that way we can get a get an understanding.
Let me
Let me
see.
just there we go.
Oh, okay. There we go. I wasn't on the little tab for that.
There we go.
Um, so in terms of someone drawing benefits, I'm not sure what kind of benefits, if that is like VA type benefits because someone's a disabled veteran, or are we talking public benefits like SSI or disability benefits through SSA? Yeah. So when that person passes away, those benefits end. That's nothing. That is not an asset. That is just a stream of income. In terms of the guardian, oh, absolutely. You want to name who should be your guardian if you ever need one. Because what can happen is, let's see, you have a family and there are two kids. One child has, maintained a relationship with the parents, and the other child has, gone off and done their things out in the world, and they're really kind of estranged. And then, parent one or both get ill, and we'll just call them the responsible child, is they have a life. They may be married, they have kids, they have responsibilities, but they want to do right by their parent, but they maybe can't take care of their parent full time. And so now back on the scene is this estranged child, moving in with the parents or mom or dad, taking care of them, but really not honoring the person of their parent, or or honoring God in terms of caring for their parent. They are simply there to get what they can get. And unfortunately, that situation is not uncommon. And so, if the parents have a pre need declaration of guardian, they can state in that document that, hey, if I ever need a guardian, this is who you are to appoint, judge. And more importantly about that document, they can identify people that should never be appointed. So it's planning for a multitude of reasons is really a good idea.
Yes, come on. Shakana is in the chat. Shout out to Kai being in the chat. He said, "This is good information. Let's get our business in order." And that is so true. The saying is, get your house in order. This,
Yes.
this is where we need to get our house in order.
Get your house in order.
This is where we need to get our house in order. Okay. So now we have turning policy awareness into empowerment. Is that right? Yes, that's right.
Okay, so legal literacy. We hear a lot about financial literacy,
Yeah,
but
the legal literacy. Yeah.
legal literacy is a thing too. And like I said at the beginning of our conversation, everybody on YouTube doesn't know what they're talking about, and everybody on TikTok doesn't know what they're talking about. When it comes to estate planning, you should be looking for someone that practices in that area on a regular basis. The law is vast. Us attorneys can't know everything about every area of law. There's a reason why attorneys focus their practices on what we call niche areas. Like, all I do is estate planning, probate, guardianship, and asset protection work. I do a little bit of elder law because it comes up in the estate planning context. But I don't do family law. I don't do criminal law. I don't do personal injury. I can't keep up with all of that. So I focus. And, you'll find a lot of family lawyers that may do some estate planning. You'll find some criminal lawyers that may do some estate planning. That combination is a little more rare, but it's pretty common to see family law attorneys doing some estate planning. But depending on what the level of your planning need is, they may not be the best person suited for getting done what you need to get done. And so ideally, you should really look for someone where their primary practice area is estate planning, because they're going to just know a lot more about the area, the content in that practice area than a family law attorney who splits their time between doing that and estate planning. But going to see somebody is better than going to see nobody and relying on TikTok and YouTube. Now, with that being said about YouTube, I do have a YouTube channel that you can go check out. There's a lot of videos on there that are real real information about legal topics related to estate planning and probate, and a little bit about guardianship. So do go visit my YouTube channel.
Is it your name? Because I want to put the link in the chat, and then
It
I
is
also
A
want
Bone Law. So YouTube at youtube.com/A Bone Law. And that's ABONELAW.
I found it, so I'll put it in the chat.
So when we understand how wills work, the necessity for probate, how powers of attorney work, and particularly how trusts work, we can stem the hemorrhage of wealth from our community. We can stop the loss of wealth and the confusion that exists out there. When you take the time to actually get educated by someone that knows what they are talking about, you cannot take advice from everybody. It's just as simple as that. Your friend, your cousin, your coworker that may have had a death in the family, the advice that they give you may not be the advice suited for your situation. You need to go and talk to somebody, especially if you have a death in the family. I see too often, and I know it's because people don't know, because this is what I hear all the time. Well, I didn't know I needed to probate. You need to probate, more than likely. Or at a minimum, you need to go talk to an attorney to determine if you need to probate. In Texas, we don't have an unlimited amount of time to get that done. The law gives us 4 years to get this probate started. So do not delay. If it's been more than 4 years, the problem that presents itself is that now you can't get that piece of paper called letters testamentary or letters of administration that say you are now empowered to deal with the assets of this person, to wrap up their affairs. So when you don't have that paper, it makes the process of wrapping up their affairs incredibly challenging, more challenging than it needs to be. And so you're like, well, what is probate? Let me drop some knowledge on you real quick. Probate is about ensuring the chain in title to property is known to the world. So what does the person in charge of the probate process do? That person is either called the executor because there's a will naming that person, or that person is called the administrator because there's no will. The job of the executor or the administrator is to identify the property, gather the property, deal with creditors, identify the beneficiaries, and distribute the assets to the people that are supposed to get them. When we die with no will, the court has to determine who our heirs are. If there is somebody that's related to you that you did not want to be considered an heir to your estate, well, guess what? So sad, too bad. The law has determined that they are, and they're going to get it. So we have to move from reacting to life to preparing for life. Legal literacy gives you confidence to navigate systems that may have once seemed intimidating or overwhelming or even unwelcoming. But again, the law is not against you. You need to understand how to use it to your benefit, because everybody else is. But access alone isn't the sole problem. So you can have resources, but if you don't understand how to use them, they won't protect you. And that's another significant way that we lose wealth in our community. We don't understand how to title property, to designate beneficiaries, or to update documents. Literacy transforms ownership to empowerment. And one of the things that Chef Don Don mentioned at the beginning of our conversation was about how he wished he had known things. The knowing of things is not just from going to look on YouTube or going to look on TikTok or going to do a Google search. The knowing of things happens at the dinner table. It happens in conversations at family reunions. We need to normalize conversations about these types of things. We need to educate ourselves so that we can educate our children, because that is how we transfer generational wealth. It is not just about the money. If you give a fool money, that fool will spend that money unwisely. When you transfer wisdom with wealth, that is how you build generational wealth. It's not just about the money, people. It is about you educating yourself so that your kids understand how to manage their bank account, how to write checks and pay bills, how to, like, the myriad of uses of insurance. It is not just so you can bury mama. Insurance is one of the most powerful wealth building tools that people use, that wealthy people know how to use. So it's more than just paying for that funeral. It's more than just, giving them a couple of dollars to have. That is probably going to be dissipated in a few years. Normalizing conversations about difficult topics, about money. People all too often think that their estate planning needs to be or should be secret. Oh, that is like the worst thing. Now, if there's like a serious amount of dysfunction, there may need to be some information segregation. But in general, your planning really shouldn't be secret, because guess what? They're going to find out about it one way or the other. You can either tell them and start having conversations to ensure that your family's relationships stay intact, or you can be silent, die, they find out, And they'll be like, well, oh my God, I didn't know this, that, or the other. I wish she had told me, he had told me about this. Maybe we could have come up with a different solution. But silence can be deadly.
That is a good point. Because I had an aunt that passed away, and her daughters could have never remember because they never had the conversation about her leaving here. She had breast cancer. Y'all should have definitely had the conversation. And then when the time came to not only have her funeral, but even everything that was left after that, the home, the cars, everything, it was a big mess. It was a big mess. And my family stopped talking to each other for at least 3 to 4 years.
Hmm.
And to me, we as a community, y'all, we have to do better with these conversations. They're tough. I think tough conversations have to happen. They have to happen. That's the reality of it. But I appreciate this because I'm seeing people in the chat, hey Terry, that they are saying that this is great information. This is information that we need to know because we don't. A lot of us don't know it. A lot of us don't know it. A lot of us are coasting along life, and when something happens, well, we either handle it then or yeah. I mean, you don't have much of a choice at that point. So I appreciate this. I really do. I appreciate this.
So, a couple other things I want to say before we close. The family destruction is real when you just leave this to chance. Um, and one of the things that I am working on, we talk about generational wealth in our community. We want to build generational wealth, but and it's a buzzword. But true generational wealth is, again, so much deeper than just dollars. Making money is the beginning. It is not the end. Once you earn it, you have to protect it, learn how to keep it, and pass it down. But when we pass that wealth down, that financial wealth, we have to pass down the wisdom that makes sustaining it possible. If you got kids, family members that do not appreciate what wealth can do beyond buying them a Prada purse or Gucci this or that or the other, then all your hard work to preserve that money is going to be for naught. Generational wealth requires more than just good investment. It requires intentional family culture. It is about instilling values, discipline, and a shared purpose across multiple generations. Without that foundation, the money won't last. We've all seen stories of wealth disappearing in a couple of generations. And it's not because the system failed, it's because there was no structure, there was no shared vision. It is because we as individuals have failed to do what we need to do. So I know that those conversations about this type of thing are difficult and that there are people out there that don't want to have them. I saw a couple of comments about that. And I realize that many families simply don't know how to begin having these conversations. That it, Silence is, again, one of the biggest barriers to building true generational wealth. And so I'm developing a new tool to help families start those types of conversations. It's a way to connect legal planning, communication, and values in a practical, guided process. So I'm excited to share more about it in 2026. But for now, I'll just say this: it's designed to help families move from talking about legacy to living legacy. Because at the end of the day, legacy isn't just about what we leave behind; it's what we build into the next generation. And wealth, when rooted in wisdom and structure, has the power to outlive us all.
I love this. I absolutely love this. I absolutely love this conversation because I've gone away with a lot. And to answer your question, Bama Girl, yes, you will still have access to this live. So if you need to play it back, that's why we're live, just in case. So if you need to play it back tomorrow, Monday, to tell your family, listen, we need to have these conversations. We got to have these conversations. So yes, it will still be available. Do you guys have any questions? Any questions that we can answer? We got
Yeah,
about
I love questions.
5 minutes. We
Go
got
visit
about,
my website too,
yes,
abonelaw.com.
I did also put your channel in the chat, and I also put your website in the chat too.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely. And also, too, guys, I'm going to put it up here again. Here is, if you scan this QR code up at the top left, this is going to be to our Black owned business resource book. And so Miss Antoinette's information is there as well. So grab that, and I will let you guys know that we will continue to update this, but that QR code is still going to be good. But we're going to continue to update it. There'll be businesses that will be added, services that will be added, just so that we have a source of resources. We need those. We need those. So yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Let's see. Do we have some questions? This was really helpful. Thank you for this information. This was some great information. I've sent this to several people. Please do. Y'all can, at this point, y'all can send the link out to
Tell your
whoever
friends.
yeah, you can send the link out at this point. I do appreciate you. I appreciate everybody for registering or doing their part as far as registering. Thank you guys so much. But I feel like this is information that we all need. So I did open up the link so that everybody can have access to this information. Because this, again, we need this. We need this. We need this. So I totally appreciate that. 1000%. 1000%. Do y'all have any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Anything?
Oh, I want to comment on something somebody said in the chat about funerals being a scam and a ripoff. Well, they certainly can be if you wait until mama dead to plan, when people buy emotionally. So whereas mama might not have picked a $15,000 casket for herself, oftentimes her kids might do that because they want mama to have the best. But I went to a conference recently and learned about some very interesting ways to deal with your remains upon your death. So it's not just being buried in a casket. You don't have to be buried in a casket. You can go straight up old school and get wrapped in cloth and put in the ground. You don't even have to be embalmed. There's a place in Texas where you can get buried that way. I forget what it's called. There are different types of cremation. It's not just fire cremation. There is a water cremation. That was very interesting.
I
And
found
then
out about that because I have a friend who works in the business, and I had no clue about that. And I thought, well, how's that even possible? Like,
I
but
know it's
he went down the
really
rabbit
interesting.
hole.
And
Right.
then, okay, so the one that really appealed to me is it's human composting. And so, they put your body in with like some dirt and some other stuff, and they basically just let you compost. You end up being turned into a couple of bags of dirt, which then can be used to, create a tree, your soil for a tree, giving new life in a different way. Um,
That's
so yeah,
that's really different, but
that is definitely. I mean, that's certainly not going to be for everybody, but
that's different. Well, now y'all, when y'all tell y'all family members I want to be cremated, you have to be a little bit more specific now about the cremation you want.
I like the idea of nourishing a tree. So yeah, you know what? My son doesn't want my cremated remains in a bag or a vase or anything. And how many people actually go to the cemetery to visit their dead relatives? I don't want to burden my kid with that.
Yeah, my mom has been deceased for 12 years, and I've been at least maybe 4 times within those 12 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, and 2 of them was because someone else in my family had passed away, and they're at the same cemetery. So, other than that, and I think that that's a whole nother conversation, but that's a whole other conversation, but I agree with you on that. I do. Aaron, hey Aaron. Aaron is also going to be one of our guests as well today. I don't care what they do with my body. My mother used to tell me that before she passed away, she knew she was sick. She had several things going on with her. And I never would understand. She used to always say, I don't care what y'all do with my body, but I want my funeral to be in the evening. And I thought, wow. You think we're gonna be at the cemetery at dark 30? Ain't happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. So please don't come back for me. But we ain't gonna be able to do that. We ain't gonna be able to do that. Be careful throwing remains out at the beach.
Oh yeah, you can't just do that, people. You can't just go to the beach and just let the wind take you away. No.
Y'all gonna let these movies get y'all in trouble. Well, listen, I think that this conversation was great. Our talking points again, we talked about how policies and estate laws affect Black families and Black businesses. We talked about building generational wealth and not leaving that wealth behind. Do the necessary things that we need to do. If you need to reach out to somebody, we have put Miss Antoinette's information in the chat. I want y'all to grab it. Grab that resource book. It's free. Okay, it's free for you guys. Grab that book and make sure that if you have any questions, maybe you can reach out and we get those questions answered for you.
All right.
All right.
I'll see you folks later.
Okay, well, I want to say thank you so much. Miss Antoinette will be joining us again for another panel discussion, but I appreciate you for opening this up for me, and great conversation.
Yeah, I'm glad to have had the opportunity to speak this morning. So
absolutely. Now maybe you could go take you a little nap.
Yeah, it's probably unlikely to happen, but
us grown folks, we don't get nap time like we used to. It's a little hard now.
Right. Well, I will see you in a couple hours.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, y'all. So that was Miss Antoinette. Listen, that was amazing. I think it is important. Hopefully you guys do some great things with the information that you have. I'm going to put this back up here again. This is, you guys can scan the one on the left for the resource book, which has all of the speakers' information and their businesses, and it has other Black-owned businesses in there as well. And we'll be updating it at all points in time. Okay, so I want y'all to be able to have that for you. Also, if you're interested in looking at the summit schedule, you can see it. I am going to tell you guys that the schedule probably is going to be a little off, just a little bit. We started on time, but I think it's going to be just a little bit off because I don't know why I blocked myself off for 20 minutes to talk, because girl, I ain't talking that long. But so what I'm going to do now, if y'all give me just a moment here, we're going to move over into we have a vendor break. So here's what we'll do for our vendor break. I have Miss Princess Jones in the back. Okay, y'all. First of all, let me just tell y'all real quick. I went and I looked up all of Miss Princess Jones, everything that she has done. First of all, y'all, she's really dope. So I want to bring her up, although we do have a panel about media marketing and Black narratives at 12. I'm going to bring her up right now, and we're just going to have a little brief conversation. All right. So give me 1 second. Miss Princess.
Hi. How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Virtually.
Right. I've heard so many great things about you.
Likewise.
so many great things about you. And so I was excited. I went fishing last night. I was like, I'm going over here. I'm checking this out. I'm checking this out. I'm checking this out. But I also want to say this to everybody in the chat. Shout out to our Black queens for coming through and showing us how it's done. Okay. I definitely want to say that. I love to see Black women moving and shaking and doing what they need to do. So thank you so much
Yes.
for all you do.
Thank
All right.
you. You're welcome.
So
Yes.
our next panel actually don't start till like 12.
Okay. I
Um,
thought I was a little early. I'm on West Coast time, so I was like, I don't want to be.
oh, see, and I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. But
Yes.
I could have told you. I could have told you. Okay. But since I have you here, let's just
Mm-hmm.
go ahead and introduce you.
Okay.
What you do, all of the great things, because I can't say it like I know you can. Give us give us your whole resume. Just run it down.
Oh
Just run it.
God! Every time I'm asked that question, I can never think about all I've done. So y'all bear with me. First of all, hello everybody. I'm a mom. That is my first call of action. I'm a mommy. I have four daughters. I have twins. They're 21 years old. I have a 17-year-old. She'll be graduating this year, and I have a
Wait, wait,
15,
wait, wait,
14
wait,
year
wait,
old.
wait, 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 wait,
All
wait, wait,
girls.
wait, wait. You say you got 21. You got twins that are 21.
21 years old. They are my oldest babies, finished college, working, living together, have their own house, cars. They are grown.
Well, first of all, I would have never guessed. The skin is
Oh,
skinning.
well,
You're
thank
beautiful.
you.
Yeah,
Thank
come on,
you.
come on, come on, come on.
You
Okay,
use your
I'm done.
SPF. Use your SPF. Okay. So that is my first call to ministry, mama. But when it comes to the social media aspect, I'm a country girl from a small town, Aberdeen, North Carolina. And I knew that early on in my life, I wanted to be in the music industry, specifically as a background vocalist. I just didn't know exactly, and I'll get into all of this on the panel, but I just didn't know exactly how to get from point A to point B at the time until the glorious tool of social media came through. My first platform was YouTube, and I made my brand on YouTube as Princess the BGV. Well, I didn't even start off as Princess the BGV, but I started, branding myself and singing. So I got a little fan base. So I started up my background career, and now I'm a professional background singer. I have been doing that for the past over 10 years, but professionally, it's been about 10 years. So I've done Kanye West. I was on the Sunday Service Collective. I've sung in front of Brandy. Okay, that was a big moment for me. It was a Brandy tribute, so we tributed Brandy in front of her, and she loved it. I was like, yes. um, I hate this question because I can never think. Right now, I'm currently gigging with Labyrinth. He's a artist from the UK, but he's in the States now. He did the whole soundtrack of Euphoria, if you've ever seen that show. Very amazing artist. I've done Stagecoach with Carrie Underwood, a few Coachellas, Grammys with Lizzo, a whole bunch of gospel artists, a whole bunch of people, sessions. I'm on a lot of albums and stuff like that. I can never think. Sorry, y'all. But we
Well,
out here
appreciate
working. We out here
girl.
working.
Yes, I love to hear it. I really love to hear it. When I went to your page, because I think you might have saw it like early this morning, like around 4 or something this
Yeah.
morning, you know, and
Right.
I thought I had already followed her and everything. So I went
Hmm.
and I looked, and yeah, everything she's saying, y'all, you could just go to her page and know that
Yeah,
it is
it's
the
pretty much
truth.
on there. It's pretty much on there,
It
which
is
is
the truth.
important. We're gonna cover all of that, but it's pretty much all on there. Social media is a,
Yes.
a great tool if you use it right.
If you use it right, that's the key. If you
That's the
use it right,
key. Yes.
you use it right.
Yes.
Well, I love to hear that. So,
Okay.
um, mm, what else can I ask you? I have a few minutes. What else can I
Hmm.
ask you? Okay, who are some of? I don't want to ask you that because yeah, I would be kind of be a little upset if somebody asked me who was my favorite gospel artist to work with. But since I like gospel
Oh,
music, Can you give me a few? Just give me your top five, like your top five that you've worked
My
with.
top five.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Corey Henry, he's not a gospel artist per se, but he has a gospel album that he did win a Grammy for. I'm currently gigging with him, so I do the church experience with Corey Henry once a month out here in LA. So if you're ever in LA at the end of the month, come through. It's a good time.
Is he
I
a organ player?
Yes, yes,
Okay, thought so.
he
Thought
does
so.
all. Yeah, he does a lot of stuff, but I'll say number one, that experience has been my number one. Sunday Service Collective. That's always going to be one of my top gospel groups that I've worked with, just for a plethora of reasons. Everybody on there can actually sing, and that's why everybody was individually mic'd. Miranda Curtis, she's amazing.
That lady right
She's
there
a
is.
master class. Like I almost I have to sing with her next month, but I was able to sing with her last year for an event here that they do once a year, and it's going to be the same event that I'll be doing here this year with her. And I was just in awe, like, yo, this lady is insane. Of course, I have to say my sister Ruth LaAntra, she's a gospel artist. She's my number one favorite because she's really how I got my start in this industry. And she's my baby. Um, and who else?
I know her.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Hmm. I want to say Kiara Sheard. I've been able to sing a few one-offs with her. I did the Brandy tribute with her, and then it was another event in Atlanta. It was a lot of artists, and they were switching out. So she was one. She's just funny. She's a funny
She is a
person.
goofball. That girl is a goofball.
She's
But
really,
her
really
mama the
funny.
same way. Her
Yeah,
mama, the
yeah.
Render the same way. They are goofy. They are goofy. They are
Yes,
so goofy.
they are, but they are straight to the point. They know how they want their stuff to sound. I did the um Sword Wars in Chicago a few years ago, and the
Okay.
Clark sisters were on the set. So we did the house BGBs had to sing for everybody. And Jackie is the one who looked back at me because I was singing soprano. She was like, I need a little bit more because Karen was leading. She was like, I need a little bit more. So I had to give her more. I said, yeah, they are straight shooters. They're gonna tell you.
Straight shooters. Straight shooters. Okay, I love that. I absolutely love that. And Kai had to tell me all about the BGV.
TBGB, yeah.
I've seen it, but I didn't know what it was until I met
Yeah.
him and we started talking a little bit more. And I got to thinking, okay, so Ruth, she has a song that I really like, and I can't even think I had go.
It's probably just as. Yeah. She remade that song in my name, but it might be another song that you're thinking about because she had a few.
Um,
She had a
I
few.
gotta look it up because it would bother me.
Ah!
It will bother me if I don't. But this is how I think I was introduced to her.
Uh-huh.
Uh Back then, when you first got a car, you used to like to bump the little Sirius XM radio.
Mm-hmm.
And so she used to
Mm-hmm.
come on Sirius XM radio.
Yeah, the Kurt
And
Franklin station.
yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep. Let me see, because it's gonna bother me. Is this it? This is the album.
Hi,
The song
Kai.
Count It All Joy. That's the
Count It
one.
All Joy. Yep.
Yeah.
Count It All. That was her first album.
Yeah. This one right here.
Yep.
This one right here. Yeah,
Yep.
that one
That's
go
me on
pretty.
the BGBs.
Come on, come on.
Yep.
Well, listen. We'll be back.
Okay.
We're gonna take a breather, a break, because
Mhm.
y'all, I need to go get ready for this cooking session too. So y'all
Okay.
gotta give me a minute. Now the live is gonna keep going, and there's gonna be a song that's gonna play. We'll be back. I'll say at 11:55. Can we do that? Is that okay, guys? Is that okay? That's what, 20 minutes? 25 minutes. Is that good? Everybody, let me know. Love Sunday Service Choir. Me too. Me too. If we're gonna be for real, me too. The singing is impeccable.
Yeah,
singing
they
has
were dope.
always been impeccable, I think, with them. And then when they revamp SWV song,
Oh
uh,
yeah. Rain.
yes, listen.
Rain. Rain, lovely. Yes, I love that
Listen,
song.
listen, it goes hard, it goes hard. So Kai says hi as well. I don't know if you can see the
Hi,
comment.
Kai. Yeah, I said, hey, guys, my baby.
So we'll be back at 11:55, y'all.
Okay.
Again, like I said, music will be playing. And I'm just gonna go get prepared for, because immediately after this next panel, we're gonna do a live cooking show and we're gonna do shrimp and grits.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. So um I'm gonna take you down, and
Okay.
then if you want to click the link and come back, that's fine. Or if you want to stay here, whichever way you want to do.
Yeah, I'll come back whenever it's time for the panel.
Okay, all right.
Mhm.
11:55. We'll be back, y'all.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Baby, take it all off for me. Just take it all off. And you bad, let me tell you where to sit that. Then break you off just like a Kit Kat. Yeah. Baby, take it all off for me. just take it all off. And you bad, let me tell you where to sit that. Then break you off just like a Kit Kat.
Said you needed space, said you needed more time to think, so you went away. But you still would stay in my dream. Now you're back for more, Why you in my reality? My head closed the door, even though my heart just won't leave. That was then, can't go back. Hurt so bad, had to block out the memory. If we try again, start from scratch. You wanna pick up where we left off, but you've been gone away. You've been gone away so long. Since you've been gone away, you've been gone away so long. I forgot your middle name, I forgot your birthday. You still wear cologne the same, like it in the worst way. You've been gone away. Since you've been gone away, you've been gone away. 50, 11 days, 50, 11 days, 50, 11. I lost count of all of the weeks that you have your way. Wouldn't pick a fight when you'd leave. Now you're back for more. Did you find the healing you seek? Or did you realize that I'm everything that you need? That was then, go back, yeah. So bad. Had to block out the memory. Yeah, started from scratch. You wanna pick up where we left off, but you've been gone away. You've been gone away so long. You've been gone, you've been gone. Since you've been gone away, you've been gone away so long. I forgot your middle name, I forgot your birthday. You still wear cologne the same, love it in the worst way. You've been gone away. Since you've been gone away, you've been gone away. I forgot your middle name, I forgot your birthday, your favorite position. Do we still have chemistry? Yeah. Since you've been gone away so long. Said you needed space, said you needed more time to think, so you went away. But you still would stay in my dream. Now you're back for more. Why you in my reality? My head closed the door, even though my heart just won't leave. That was then, can't go back. Hurt so bad, had to block out the memory. If we try again, start from scratch. You wanna pick up where we left off, but you've been gone away. You've been gone away so long. Since you've been gone away, you've been gone away so long. I forgot your middle name, I forgot your birthday. You still wear cologne the same, like it in the worst way. You've been gone away. Since you've been gone away, you've been gone away. 50, 11 days, 50, 11 days, 50, 11. I lost count of all of the weeks that you have your way. Wouldn't pick a fight when you'd leave. Now you're back for more. Did you find the healing you seek? Or did you realize that I'm everything that you need? That was then, go back, yeah. So bad. Had to block out the memory. Yeah, started from scratch. You wanna pick up where we left off, but you've been gone away. You've been gone away so long. You've been gone, you've been gone. Since you've been gone away, you've been gone away so long. I forgot your middle name, I forgot your birthday. You still wear cologne the same, love it in the worst way. You've been gone away. Since you've been gone away, you've been gone away. I forgot your middle name, I forgot your birthday, your favorite position. Do we still have chemistry? Yeah. Since you've been gone away so long. haven of conversation where we make space and ease our frustrations. Continuation for days and days, and I can just say it, no explanation needed. We just understand what we mean, if only through pictures and memes. Years together run deep in the glow of our screens. It's a party inside. Sometimes you need solutions, and sometimes it's just a vibe in group chat therapy. Tell you all my secrets, it's safe to keep them. Sharing our dreams and the whys and reasons. Since our last conversation, my girl's been waiting. And me update them, they're my salvation. When I wanna break down and crash out, they won't. That's what friendship's about. Solutions, and sometimes it's just a vibe in group chat therapy. I think I need group chat therapy. Group chat therapy. Oh, we listen, we don't judge, we keep it low. Where you can be free. In group chat therapy. I think I need group chat therapy. Safe haven of conversation where we make space and ease our frustrations. Continuation for days and days, and I can just say it, no explanation needed. We just understand what we mean, if only through pictures and memes. Years together run deep in the glow of our screens. It's a party inside. Sometimes you need solutions, and sometimes it's just a vibe in group chat therapy. Tell you all my secrets, it's safe to keep them. Sharing our dreams and the whys and reasons. Since our last conversation, my girl's been waiting. And me update them, they're my salvation. When I wanna break down and crash out, they won't. That's what friendship's about. Medicine that takes. vibe in group chat therapy. I think I need group chat therapy. Group chat therapy. Oh, we listen, we don't judge, we keep it low. A place where you can be free.
All right, for those of you that are waiting on us, we're going to get started here in just a few moments. I know it is 11:55. There are a few people who are still clicking on the link and getting ready to come up. So just bear with us for just a few more moments, honey, and we'll be getting started. All right, shout out to everybody. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all again. Thank you for being here at the Cultural Tables Virtual Summit. Okay, and hopefully, soon, we can bring this out from behind these cameras and you know, you know what I'm saying. Amen, amen, amen. All right, listen, y'all. So we are going to go ahead and get crunk into our next panel discussion. All right. Give me 1 second. I promise I'm coming to the screen. All right. All right, all right, all right. Okay, here we go. All right, we here. I do know that some of y'all can't necessarily scan the QR code because you're using your phone to watch the actual YouTube. So I did actually take the link to the QR code and I did pin it to the top of the screen. Okay. I did pin it to the top of the screen. Y'all, I'm actually excited about this next panel. I'm excited about this next panel, y'all. I am excited. Okay. Give me 1 second and then I'm going to introduce everybody. And then we're going to get this thing crunk. Okay. All right. So first, I want to introduce Kai. All right. This is Kai Mitchell, y'all. He is a creative visionary and a powerhouse shaping culture through artistry, entrepreneurship, and community impact. He also owns a company called Creative Collections CCG. All right. And shout out to him because this is the management company for our tour. So I do appreciate him for that. He's really dope. He lives in Houston. So listen, if y'all need his services for anything, don't hesitate to reach out. His information is also in the booklet. All right. Now we just met Miss Princess a while ago, y'all. We met Miss Princess Jones a while ago. Okay. So she ran her own resume down. Okay. Now I'm going to introduce you all to Miss Erin. Shout out to Miss Erin. Miss Erin is a powerhouse publicist, brand strategist, and event producer with over 20 years of experience connecting brands to culture through storytelling and strategy. All right. Oh, that was my bad. Okay, she is Houston based as well. She has produced and executed more than 300 successful events and campaigns, y'all. She has collaborated with artists such as Shantae Moore, Chrisette Michelle, Dawkins and Dawkins, David Michael Wyatt, and the Cupid Lion Dance King. All right. So I am here to meet all of these beautiful people, and I can't forget we have another brother with us today, Mr. Clay, who he is a native of Dallas, but he is a Houston-based creative. He has a podcast called Bro You Good Podcast, and the conversations are real, they're healing, and they're true. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and bring everybody up. And then I can't forget my good sis Sheridan. How can I do that? How can I forget my good sis Sheridan? She is here as well. Y'all don't need no intro to Sheridan. Sheridan is just dope all by herself. All right. So let me just start bringing everybody up. Mr. Kyle, we got Aaron, we got Miss Princess Jones, and we got Sheridan. What's up, y'all?
Hi, y'all.
Hey, y'all.
Can everybody hear me? We good?
Yes. Yeah.
Hello.
Well, we're waiting on Mr. Clay to come through. His device is not connected, but maybe he may need to step out and go in. Kyle, do you have a way to get in contact with him really quick?
Yes.
Okay. But in the meantime, while we're working on that, again, we got some beautiful people up here. I'm glad that you guys are here with me on today. So we're just gonna go around the room really quick. I know people probably be like, why do we have to do this? But we just want to get to know you for a brief, quick second. Okay. So we're gonna I know Kai is working. So let's start with Miss Erin. Nice to finally meet you virtually.
Nice to meet you too.
I've
Thank
heard
you
great
for having
things
me.
about you. Can y'all hear?
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. You got the floor. It's all yours.
So what do you want me to
So
just
just a quick little rundown resume about you.
Okay. Well, I'm Erin Fleeks. I am originally from Seattle, Washington, and I've been in Houston for 8 years. And so I do public relations. I'm an event producer. I'm an entertainment executive. I've worked with quite a few people in the industry across the board, not just in public relations, but on television, video sets. I've done a lot of project management. I'm a strategic connector, so I've made some of the most dopest connections that I always love to. I'm always just blessed that I was able to do that. And so I've just been, this is just my passion. I have another like silent passion that people don't know. A lot of people don't know, but I have a degree in sign language. So that's kind of like my ministry on the side. And so I do that in ministry. But as far as entertainment, all things PR, all things event production, Kai and I have worked together on projects, and we have some things that we want to work on here in the near future. So I'm just really excited to be a part. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, and then we're gonna go to Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay, you good over there?
Yes, I am good. How's everybody doing?
Doing good, doing good. So
had a little technical difficulty, but I'm here. I made it, huh?
I appreciate it. Praise God. Praise God. Praise God. Praise God. So we're just kind of going around and just giving just a little brief resume of what we do and all of those good things. So now we're to you. We're to you. So kind of give us a little bit about you.
Okay, so I got my start at iHeart Media in Houston. So that was basically my start in digital media. I didn't want to go that route. I wanted to be a personality on radio, on all that stuff like that. But I fell in love with the art of digital marketing, digital media coordination. So I just had to learn how to, well, I won't say learn, but add to my skills of what I learned in journalism, and then, learn how to film, record, edit, design, promote, know all the things about social media. So when I fell in love with it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I love to do. And so I got my stomping ground in that way. And now I just call myself a one-stop shop for anybody that wants anything. I can help you with strategy. I can help you with your goals. I help you set up your social medias, launch your brand, video edit, all the above. I do all that, and I just love it. I always say I'm not always trying to segment myself in one thing in media because I love it all. So that's just a little bit about me. I'm a pop culture. Kai knows this. I love pop culture. I try to talk about it every day, but I just love it. And then, of course, I love helping. My goal is to bring or amplify voices to people that need to be amplified. So that's my main goal. And everything that I do, I want to amplify your voice in your business, your platform, or just give you a voice that you didn't even know you could use. So yeah, that's my end goal, my purpose, and everything I do. So that's me.
Shout out to you. It's bosses up here, straight up bosses up here. All right, Miss Sheridan S. Davis. All right, that's my Chi-Town sis right there now.
Period.
Give us a little rundown of who you are.
Okay, well, the Don Dons know me. Hey, y'all. My name is Sheridan S. Davis, and I am your Chi-Town sister, period. I am excited to be here. I'm an author. I'm a minister. The thing about me being an author is I go in both lanes. So I could give you a real good love story. I could give you Jesus will fix it. So, I flow in both lanes. God is good. It's either the book of John or the book of Songs of Solomon. I can flow in both lanes, and I'm excited about that. So I am also a YouTuber, as y'all know. I have one channel called Sheridan S. Davis, and then I literally just started a new channel where I'll be doing lifestyle and Christian content over there called Church Girl Sheridan. So y'all make sure y'all follow me or whatever. I have released, I'll just say, over 20 books in the last, I guess, 11 or 12 years.
So I love to support others. I love all things Black excellence, Black media, all the things. I've worked in media, entertainment, and things like that in the past, whether it's working for somebody's street team like Tasha Cobbs or people like that. I come from a line of writers. So my dad is a pastor and a songwriter. He's written for like Chicago Mass Choir and Kim Stratton, if y'all know people like that. And my mama's single songwriter. So it came down to me, honestly. And I'm happy to be here with y'all this morning.
Period. 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 I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now, Miss Princess Jones, I mean, you gave us your resume before we went off of the air for a little bit. But if you could give the people just a little bit, in case none of my panel, just a little bit.
Hi, I'm Princess Jones, aka Princess the BGV, across social media. I am the founder of Team BGV, which is a community and platform for professional and aspiring background vocalists. I started that in 2016 with just hopes of networking, putting a lot of people in the same space so that they could have access to jobs and opportunities, information, education, and just overall like a one big happy family. So that is just my little simple story, and we'll talk about it, I guess, a little later.
I appreciate that. Now, Kyle, we came back to you. We coming back to you. We coming back to you. Give us a little bit of who you are. Give us a little bit of who you are.
Gotcha. I'm as me. My name is Shekinah Mitchell, but I've been branding as Kyle for the last couple of years. I started off in music, doing BGVs, doing administration work for a record label, doing demos, and got trained up in the industry, and that grew into me building my own brand. I do vocal contracting, I do vocal directing, vocal arranging, and things like that. Kind of like Cassius was talking about, I got to a point where I learned I didn't have to box myself into one thing. So then I branched into my event planning and event management side of my business to now my creative collective group offers services like project management, event management. I do admin, booking management for a lot of clients. So I just decided to stop putting myself in one box and do everything that I felt called and gifted to do. And that's how I met almost all of these beautiful people on this panel. It's just doing what God put in my heart to do and not limiting myself. And we've all worked together in some capacity. And I'm really, 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 really excited about this.
Period. Period. And side note, if y'all is in Atlanta, November the 14th and the 15th, we'd love for you to stop by the tour, honey, because we will be in Atlanta. The Cooking Up Mess with Chef Don Don tour with Sheridan S. Davis going to be featured as a special guest as well. I need to see y'all there. Y'all like good food. Y'all like good entertainment. Y'all like to shop until you drop all of the things. I need y'all to go ahead and get your tickets. Go ahead and get your tickets. You get your tickets on www.tcddproductions.com. All right. I want to see y'all there. And then we'll be in Dallas on the 7th. And DC, we have changed the date on DC. DC, we're going to do January the 3rd and 4th. Okay. So y'all remember that. So DC, Atlanta, and Dallas. All right. Y'all coming up next. All right. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get this thing started. So we have a few talking points that I do want to hear from all of y'all about, because, you know, all of y'all are like great in what you do. So some of our talking points are going to be storytelling through media and authenticity. We're going to talk about visibility, brand representation in the Black creative spaces. We're going to talk about how digital platforms empower independent voices. You got a lot of people going independent in a lot of ways. And then we also are going to discuss building partnerships that amplify culture, that amplify the culture. All right. So I want to start out by asking this to you all. And I would love for everyone to piggyback, and we could just kind of go, you know, how we just did. Well, Kai, Aaron, Mr. Clay, Sheridan, and Princess. That cool with y'all? Okay. All right. So the first question I do want to ask us is, what does the word networking mean? I would like for everyone to give me what networking means, because I think I don't think everybody got it down. I don't think everybody got it down. So I would like to know from all of you what networking means. Kai, let's go.
Well, that's a good question. Aaron and I recently talked about this. We go to a lot of networking events together. And I think people have the misconception that if you just go to an event, that's networking. But to me, networking requires communication. It requires listening as well as speaking and talking, and it requires preparedness. Going to an event and not having, whether it's your business card or if you're an author, having your book or your merchandise, whatever it is, readily available, does no good. So I think networking is a combination of interacting, mingling, mixing with other entrepreneurs and brands, but also being prepared and having whatever it is that you're bringing to the table, having that pitch ready, having that merchandise ready, because otherwise you're doing it for no reason.
I agree. Miss Erin?
Yeah, that I absolutely agree with everything Kai said. One of the things I'm really big on networking, and a lot of my clients that I've obtained has been through networking, has been through word of mouth, has been through just simply because I was present, right? And I showed up, and not just the fact that I was present, that I showed up, that I was there, but that I followed up. And I think one of the biggest things that we lose is that we feel like when we meet people, oh, they're not serious about it, or they'll say, you'll come up with this whole thing in your mind. But if you follow up, people are really receptive. And I remember meeting someone, and they were just like someone really huge in the industry. I met him probably like 20 years ago, and now he's just like doing major things. But one of the things I always remember is when we were at this event, it was in North Carolina, and he said, we exchanged information, and he said, text me right now, email me right now. And I was like, right now? He was like, yeah. And he said, always take that with you. If you meet somebody and somebody you really want to connect with them right now. Like, show interest right now, whether you send an email or any kind of thing, text message, something, just so that they would know that, you're really serious about moving forward with the whole, communication and collaboration. And so I've always remembered that. I don't even know if he remembers me in 2025, but I always remember that because that's just kind of what I do. Or if I don't do it right then and there, I make sure when I get home or something like that to really to collaborate or to follow up. And I'll add that's my addition to what Kai was saying. Follow up.
I like that because that's super important. That's super important because shame on me. I was in Houston a couple weeks ago, and I went. There's a show called Heart and Hustle Houston, and I went to their finale episode, and I met several really great people there. And one of the things I was doing was I had my phone out and I had this QR code, and everybody was looking at me like I was crazy. I'm like, I'm here to network. I don't know what y'all here for, but I'm here to network. And so it does make a difference. The follow-up makes a difference because I hit a couple people up and they was like, oh, I didn't think you were going to hit me back. So
right.
It's important to follow up. I agree.
Absolutely.
Mr. Clay?
I go about my networking more like interview, communication, family style. So I like to get to know the person a little bit and actually engage and want to get to know them. And then I might step into asking them about their business. It's the way to, I guess we don't always get to know a person first, and then we go right into, so what do you do? Whoa, dial it back a little bit, get to know the person. And I think that's the skill that we weren't taught, or we just don't know enough about. Like, we need to make sure we be engaged with the person and the human being we are in front of before we engage in what they do. And so that's the approach that I come across with in networking. And I try to make sure that I do first. Like, how are you doing? You look so pretty. Like, break that barrier down first. And then they might even ask you, so, oh, you look cute. So what do you do? Then you don't even have to ask them. They'll ask you because you already tore that wall down that people often have up, because you don't know what the person's dealing with. You don't know if the person has social anxiety. Because a lot of times we see stars or we see people that's affluence, as they say, we don't know how they really are. They could be really going through something shy. But when you break that barrier down, make them feel welcome, they'll start the conversation for you. So I think that's how I approach networking, is really just making it feel like you're a family friend. at first, and then stepping into the asking those interviewing questions that we like to ask. And then they will
Well,
follow you back instantly. Literally, that's how I go there. For, oh, I remember you. Okay, yeah, I got. Where you gonna be at tomorrow? Like it goes like that. They want to hang out with you and really get to know what you do, and so yeah, you be memorable. So
I agree. That's dope because we do have to. Sometimes we do have to break that wall. So I agree with that. I agree with that. Sheridan, talk to us. Talk to us.
Okay. Before I talk to us, I just want to say it's a whole legend in the chat, and I just want to say, hey, Melanie Daniels, I freaking love you. All right,
What?
keep talking.
Whoa! Hey, Melody
I
Daniels.
just look like if
Oh
y'all don't go
wow!
like this, that's why.
Oh wow!
So
Wow!
let me answer the question because I had to acknowledge that. Amen.
Thank
Um,
you. Oh,
y'all know I am a church girl, so I'm gonna answer this real churchy like. Um, I believe that networking is intentionally building community. That's not the churchy answer. The churchy answer is in the book of Genesis, God literally looks at man and said, it is not good for man to live alone. And I think a lot of times we try to build our brands, our persona, our image alone, and it's just not good. So networking is stepping out and choosing people to develop community with, whether they're on your team or you can maybe they're a photographer or somebody you could just get a lesson from or say that's good information. It's just literally intentionally, not just stumbling upon it, but intentionally building your community and your network.
I like that. Come on, church house. You know we can use it. Miss Jones. Miss Jones. Let us know. Let us know.
Yeah, so Sheridan, I'm gonna piggyback off of you because you are literally living in my brain in that moment. For me, networking has helped pivot my career from point A to point Z, all because of community. I feel like she said, we spend a lot of time trying to build our own brands and build our own presence, and that is a big huge part of being successful. But also I feel like the missing part in networking is finding people that lack what you have and they can contribute, and vice versa. Like when I met Kai, I suck at all the secretarial stuff, but he's excellent at it. And me and my business partner, we're two moms trying to build a company together. And he was a part of our community, and we just noticed that, oh, he does XYZ. He has his own stuff going on over there. So let's have a conversation. And like, Kai, would you be interested? Like building, like Sharon said, building your network with different people that can contribute, and you can contribute to their business and their life, and before you know it, you have a lasting brand.
I like that. I like that. So y'all all gave something different, and we appreciate it. We absolutely appreciate it. So what I want to go into now is visibility, branding, and representation in the Black creative spaces. Because one thing about it, us as Black people, we are extremely creative. They can't take it away from us. We are extremely creative. So I'm just going to ask a couple of questions, and if you kind of want to tackle them, let me know, and we'll go from there. All right. So obviously, all of us own our own businesses here, and so I wanted to ask this: what challenges have you faced in getting visibility as a Black creative in and having a Black owned business? How what does that look like for you? What are the challenges, and how do you overcome those challenges? Anybody want to start?
You said, so can you repeat the question really quick?
What challenges have you faced in getting visibility in the Black creative spaces and becoming a business owner? Like, what are some of the challenges that you face, or that you even see, because you represent quite a few people?
Yeah. I was going to speak from my perspective as far as me being a publicist, and not really, I don't think I have a challenge visibility wise, but I think that my challenge in the space is really connecting to other people. No, let me back up. My challenge is dealing with people who are gatekeepers. That's my challenge. I've run into, as a publicist, so I'm coming from a different perspective, right? So, and I'm just gonna put it out there, right? And I think that I'm very much a non-gatekeeper, and Kai knows for a fact, if there's something that somebody needs, people, whatever, I feel like I'm very much that person that, my friends always say I do way too much, just because I'm always willing to go that extra mile or to see, and I'm not asking for your money or anything like that. I just, if you need something, I try to see how I can get it done, or I can, direct you to it. And I think that the challenge I have had as far as in this space is people not doing the same for me, and not saying that they're just like me or anything like that, but the whole gatekeeping thing and feeling like, they've worked so hard to get where they've got to, which is, I'm not taking away your hard work. I've been there too. I just think that I've worked hard so that I can help someone else. They don't have to work as hard as I've worked, and they don't have to go through or jump all the hurdles and stuff that I've had to jump through to get there. So if I can make their life a little easier, then I will, you know what I'm saying? So I think that that's the challenge I've had in the Black community and in the culture that I'm in is gatekeeping. Now, shout out to those. I've had some amazing people in the PR world, event world, all the entertainment world that has gravitated to me, and they are on it, and whatever I need, they got it. But I just think that that's one of the biggest issues that I have experienced from my point of view when it comes to me as a business owner. So, yeah.
No, I think that's really good, because I think we all can say that we've experienced some type of gatekeeping before. I'll just give a brief example. When I first started my catering business, there was a guy that someone got me connected with, and I was asking him questions on how to do certain things. What did I need to, like, what license did I need? What did I need here? And I mean, Google was a thing back then, but nobody was quickly getting on Google. You know what I mean? And so I never will forget. I just felt like, do you not want to help me because you think maybe I may come out on top or come over you? What exactly is it? Because I'm not sure I understand. But again, I try my best as a business owner to not be that person, because I know what that feels like, and it don't feel good. It don't feel good at all.
And I'll say, not to interrupt you, and there's you got those contacts that are your contacts, right? That you're just not going to give out freely. Let's not get that misconstrued. Like, we're not going to say, I'm just going to give you Shantae Moore's number or whoever, right? Tiffany Hatch's number. But there is if there is a way, oh, okay, I can reach out to Tiffany and see. Not that I can't, I'm just giving her as an example, and see, or here's another way, or this is another aspect, or people are asking how to get on the Sherry Shepherd show, the Jennifer Hudson show. One girl reached out the other day, nobody responded in our group. I shot her a message and said, you need Sherry Shepherd's contact info to get on the show? Okay, here it goes. It's not private information. I mean, if you do a little bit of digging, you can probably find it, but you don't have to do that. I got it. Yeah. I got all of it. What you need? You don't got to pay me for it. So I just don't think, because guess what? Somebody gave me their list and it works. I got Cupid booked in New York all across the board with the contacts that somebody else gave me. So why would I do that to them when somebody gave it to me freely? They didn't ask me for a dime. They didn't even ask me for nothing. Nothing. So who am I? Who am I to covet something that doesn't even belong to me? Let's get into the word, Sheridan. If we want to go, you know what I'm saying? So I guess I'm real passionate about it. You just hit on something. I'm real passionate about it. I don't mean to take up too much time, but again, that's just something that,
No, I think it's really rooted in competition. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I
was going to say, I think it's rooted also in competition, because a lot of people want to be the leader, the one that did it. I remember whenever I created Team BGV, and it was thriving. A lot of people said, "Oh, this has never been done before." And then all of a sudden, you see a lot of other communities and groups specifically for background vocalists, and these are some of the same people that I personally reached out to, help me build the community, play a role in the community. I'm not big on being the leader of anything. I'm just a tool, a vessel, if you will, that was used to create opportunities and create a community that everybody can eat off of. I'm big on, if I eat less, I'll eat. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people
There's
just
enough
do
for all
not.
of us.
There is,
Exactly.
it is. And if you go in any nail salon, you'll see a whole family there. If you go to any store on the block where they sell like tobacco and all that stuff, that is a family owned business. We don't really have that in the Black community. It's everybody, every man for himself. And that is what the root of like some of these companies that could be thriving. We could all be thriving if we, actually wanted to help each other. But I don't think we like to help each other. Everybody wants to be the it person,
And I think that the biggest thing too, I'm sorry, Clay, I think you were about to say something, but really quick. When I come into clients, when I start meeting clients and we talk about PR, what happens is that they've been burned, right? So many times. Just kind of like when you're in a relationship and you've been burned and you get this new person, I'm suffering because of what the other person did. Now, I didn't do it, but because of what somebody else did to you, or 2 or 3 people you allowed, but you probably saw the red flags, but you still, allowed them to come into your life in some way, shape, form, or fashion. So now I have to, kind of dispel those myths and rumors, or those, whatever that they feel about publicists because of what just happened with the previous person or anything like that. So I think, that's kind of where a lot of that is rooted to. And I hear that all the time, every time. I've been burned. And so, we get the brunt of it because of what's happened before. And then that's why people tend to gatekeep, and that's why people tend to not want to work with other women. Women can't work together. Well, I've been working with my business partner since we started, and we've been thriving since, and now she's like one of my best friends. So we can do it. It's just a matter of how do you, how do we navigate that, and how do we have these conversations? And I thank you, Chef Donna, for having these conversations, because it really opens up the doors to and shines light on this.
And it's helpful to me too. So I listen. I need all this. I need all of it. So I'm here for it. Did anybody else want to piggyback off of that question? I know
I was gonna say something. You said what limits our visibility as Black creators? That was right. That was a question, right? Basically.
Well, the first part of it was what challenges have you faced with the visibility, and then what challenges do you face just in general within the Black, with having a Black owned business?
Okay, so I would say I'll speak from the clientele standpoint, because I love social media, so I'm gonna post all day long. Clients have a problem, and I know everybody could probably attest to this. They have a problem with being consistent. Your consistency as posting online is the main issue. People are winning literally because they're posting. People are being seen because they're just trying. But I won't say you're gatekeeping yourself, but you're limiting yourself by not putting yourself out there. Oh, I don't know how this looks. This ain't perfect. Baby, people have gotten discovered off of a pixelated Android video. Put that content out there. Get your face out there. Get your name out there. People will see what you're doing. You don't have to be perfect. And I know sometimes I can be a perfectionist. This ain't perfect. And I say, Cassius, just put it out there. And the right support will come. And then on the other side of that, we think that our family and friends are our audience. And that ain't it, boo. They can't fund you. They can't feed you the way you want to be fed. You got to find your right new audience, or the right people, and the right support will come to you. But we have to get our mindset and thinking that our family and friends have to support, because that is limiting us 100%. So
that is so good. That is so good.
That's like really, really good.
Yeah.
I have this YouTube community, and it's so different because I know if I post something, they're going to support it. Yeah. I know if I post it over here on Facebook, where I got majority of family and friends on, it probably ain't going to even get seen like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I totally agree with that.
That's really good. And somebody had posted on Instagram, a young lady did some, I don't know if you guys seen it on Instagram, but she was reading something on the phone and it was saying how your biggest supporters are not your family and friends, they're strangers, and things like that. But she was then going on to say, why is it that our family and friends don't support, and are they really your friends if they don't support, and what does that look like? And so you got to look at that too. Are they your friends, or are they just, we think that we call them friends, but we haven't put them in the right category. So therefore we have the expectation from someone, like I don't have the same expectation from Kai that I do Princess. I don't know Princess, I don't think, but I have more probably expectation from Kai because Kai is my friend. You see what I'm saying? And so, but do we place that expectation that I have on Kai? Do I have that same expectation for somebody who, they're not really my friend if they're not supporting? I support the stuff that my friends do. You get what I'm saying? And that doesn't necessarily mean I have the money to purchase, or they, my friends don't need publicists. I mean, some of my friends don't need publicists. They're not going to reach out to me for that, but they may share. They may, whatever. Like I have my friend posted this today, you know what I'm saying? And shared it and that kind of thing. Just because she's my friend. She didn't even know what it was.
Y'all do have good friends. I will say that because I do see y'all friends.
They comment and share, and my mom and dad was like, "So what?" My dad was like, "You speak on a panel, so what's that?" I don't know. I'm like, I said, "Daddy, I'm just speaking about what I'm doing." But
but I mean, I posted it on my Facebook page, and I saw quite a few people who liked it and commented and sent me messages. So I think that one thing that we have to realize too with that, and we can move on, but with that, even that whole friends, that supporting and things like that, who are we calling our friends, and who are we calling? Because our real friends, our real close friends that we probably can count on one hand, they should support in some kind of way.
Can I add to that? I'm sorry.
I'm done.
So we were talking about the blocks that are keeping us from being visible with our brands. As we are requiring all of these things of our friends, I would endeavor to say that a lot of us are stuck in needing help with visibility because we're not our own friends. We require a lot from other people that we do not require of ourselves. Our minds are our biggest blocks. In prayer, really, I had to sit there and go, oh, my bad. I'm the drama and I'm the problem because I have allowed my output to change my input when it comes to my. And here's what I mean. If the last book, the last one did well, praise God. The one before that, right? If that one did not do well, then it's going to take me forever to write the next one. And I don't know if I should put that out. I don't know if I should do it. I mean, the story is good, but I don't know. I can't hardly write it. I'm sitting down at the computer like, I don't know if I should do this because I've allowed the output and what other people have purchased or not how they felt about it, because everybody who got it said it was good, but because it was only 10 people that got it, then I don't want to spend all that time, energy, and effort into producing the new something. And we have to stop being our biggest haters. We're our own downfall because we've allowed the output to change our input. No, you have to know that I am created for this. I am created for what I have been gifted for. And I need to be my best friend. Can't nobody outpost me about what I'm doing. Why is Chef Don Don posting more about my book than me? Why is this person over here posting more about my publishing company than me? Oh, they got an audience. Let me see if they are posting. What are you doing for your brand, your vision, what God has called you to do? So if you would ask yourself this, would you still be friends with a person who treats you like you treat you? And if you wouldn't, then you need to do better.
Can I add something to what she just said? It's gonna be real quick. Speaking for myself, speaking for myself and maybe some other people in the audience, I know as a single mom, a working mom, and I also do other things outside of the company and work. Um, Sometimes we can use life as an excuse. I've done it so many times. Life is lifing, and the words you always have to watch the words that come out of your
Yeah.
mouth because it can take precedence over everything. So just coming home tired, and you might not have an ounce of energy, but you have to work on your stuff. Like it's important to go the extra mile because you'll always be stagnant. You'll always be in your comfort zone. You'll always be questioning, like, oh, you'll be questioning yourself. You'll reach a certain age and you've done nothing that you've set out for yourself because you've put life as an excuse every single day. And life is never going to stop. Things are always going to come up. You're always going to have things, bills to pay, whatever is going on in life. You just have to kind of really dig deep and exert more energy in your day. Make 24 hours 27 if you have to. However that needs to happen. And I'm talking to myself because this is one of the things that has held me back from being as consistent. And consistency works. If you're consistent posting every day, your numbers are going to grow. That's how it works.
And Princess, I will even the last piggyback. But when you were saying like life is gonna life and life is gonna happen, yes, I 100% agree with that. And even life has been lifing for me. But I have been at this place saying, nope, don't let this stop you. Pivot.
Mm-hmm.
We have to become master pivoters.
Yep.
We have to learn how to pivot. Okay, this ain't gonna work over here no more. Let's shift over here. Let's do it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this venue is booked. All right, let me figure it out. I can't use this connect. All right, we have to be able to pivot and be flexible. I think a lot of times we have our mindsets fixated on something that we want it this way, but we have to learn to be open for new ways and new opportunities and new thinkings. And that's a growing pain. It hurts.
Yeah.
You want it one way, but we have to learn how to be flexible.
For sure.
This is as a creatives, we're not as flexible as we should be. But I think once we learn how to be more flexible, it'll be easier for us. And knowing that it's okay to pivot.
I think to your point, I wasn't gonna say that because y'all going really good. But I think to your point, and to Princess's point, what I've learned is use that to your advantage. Life is life. Life is life for everybody. So whether that becomes a part of your content, whether that becomes part of the strategy, or if it's just, I know for me, I don't like being on camera. I'm always a support person. I'm a great second chair, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know what my ministry is, but there are moments where you have to take that opportunity when life is life and to use that to your advantage. So whether that's, like I said, that's the actual content, whether it's like, okay, you guys, like, it's a lot going on this week or this month. I was a part of a podcast last night. One of my sister friends, and she was talking about how she took a 7-month break from her podcast. And so in that meantime, if you're not publicly facing, are you posting? Are you letting people know what's going on? You have a following, you have a fan base. You can't go, 7 months, which is nothing. So then what are you doing in that time, giving them access to maybe a different aspect of your life, or journaling, or, what are you doing in that meanwhile? So just use those moments to our advantage, because creators will create out of our pain, out of our struggle, out of those hardships. And then the only way to get out of that place is to keep creating. I think it's wild how our mind works. The very thing that gets us out of those deep and dark places is the thing we stop doing when we get in that situation. So when we get depressed, we stop singing, we stop writing, we stop creating. And then it's a cycle, and that's the very thing that would take us out of that place. So just use all of that energy.
And I'll say one real quick thing. I was watching Pastor Darius Daniels, and he said that the enemy knows that he cannot win. So what he does is he gets you to quit. He tries to get you to quit. Right? And that just spoke to me, because I was like, because that's what I'll be quick to do. And I remember somebody saying, Aaron, you'll just give up. You'll just quit. And I was like, no, I don't. It was like, yes, you do. And I was like, no. And then it just like hit. And then when Pastor Darius Daniels said that the other day, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to let the enemy win. I might need to pivot, but I'm not going to quit. Right. And so yeah. So I just want to say that.
No, pivoting is important. Pivoting is important. I learned that the hard way last year. Pivoting is absolutely important. And I think sometimes, like Sheridan said, we be our own problem. We be our own problem. We going through in our mind talking about this ain't gonna, it didn't work this way. So why am I gonna try something? It can get you. It can get you. So I do think pivoting is absolutely important. Y'all all had some great points. And child, y'all done kind of answered some questions that I had listed on here already. So I do appreciate that. That's dope. Now, everybody got to answer that, right? Okay, okay. All right. So let's go to our next one. And also, if y'all do have any questions in the chat, don't hesitate to ask those questions for you throughout the panel. All right. Okay, so that question was already answered. Sheridan, I want to go to you. As being an author, what would you give, because you also have a publishing company. So let's just say it's somebody in the chat that is interested in doing such. What are some of the steps that you would give them to, embark on what they want to do? How would you go about doing that?
Okay. Well, first I would ask them why they want to be an author. Because a lot of people, and this is no shade, I promise y'all, but I'm not just gonna take your money. I will take your money, but I'm not just going to take your money, if this makes sense. So with that being said, a lot of people want to be authors, but they lack storytelling skills. So if you want me to ghostwrite your book, I can do that, but I want to know why you want to be specifically an author. Some people really want to just tell a story, and you can do that on YouTube. You can do that with a podcast. There are so many other avenues that you can do it. But if you are insistent that you want to be an author, because I remember when I first started, maybe 12 years ago, I didn't know many authors, but being a book has become like the new single. So like y'all remember, you ain't know that many singers like with actual singles before, and then everybody had a single. So books have become the new singles, which is okay. And I would ask you to firstly figure out what are the first 10 to 15 takeaways you want people to take away from your story. Whatever your story you're trying to tell, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, is it about your life, whatever. What are the key points you want to take away? And from there, I have this method I call the snowflake method. I write down those general points, and then from there, those are my chapters. From there, I go in and write 10-ish points in between those, so that I know I want to keep the main thing. A lot of us want to tell stories, but we don't sit down to think, right? So if you don't have experience with writing, you do have experience with speaking. If you have been to school and you've learned how to write a paper, then you kind of know how to write a book. You just don't know that you know how to do it. So it's coming up with the structure, being disciplined enough that you can come up with that structure and saying, I want you to take this away, and from here I can contribute this, and then frame your framework like that. That's one thing I would say. The second thing is we are in the technology era. Okay, baby, you do not, if you have no experience with writing, again, you do have experience with speaking. So you don't have to physically sit down and write this book. Record yourself speaking, and then you can pay someone, or you can do it yourself, to transcribe what you have said, because a lot of us are powerful orators. Like I've had pastors and stuff who say, I want to write a book based off of this sermon series. I'd be like, okay, don't do it yourself. Hand it to me. And I will transcribe all of what you said, because sometimes when we're speaking, it's a juicy point that we'll want to get, because we're so used to exercising that portion of our brain, that we'll say something that's like in this conversation, we go, oh, that's good. Oh, that's a good point. But if you're writing, you're not necessarily going to, if you haven't exercised that muscle, you might not get to the, oh, that's good. So if you speak it and just record yourself, those are good ways for you to get great points across as well. I have many ways, so just hit me up, child. I would love to publish your book.
I think the mods will, if y'all could put Sheridan's link in here. It's www.SheridanSDavis. Don't forget the S now. Don't forget the S.
Come on now. I don't know who the other
Sheridan
lady
got me together about that S, honey. So make sure y'all don't forget me.
I don't know the other lady.
Mr. Clay, I want to move over to you because you have a podcast, right? Does anybody else have a podcast? Nobody else? Oh, Sheridan, you do have a podcast. You do. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about podcasting, right? And so this is a question that I do have for you. Do you accept everybody that reaches out to you or may reach out to you for an interview or for a space? And if not, I would like to know your process surrounding that.
So that's a great question because this season I've been very intentional about who I am bringing on. And really, maybe I'll just take a break and sit back and say, okay, God, who do you want me to talk to? Or they could be a good story. They have a good story. And the only way I know that how I go about picking people is because I know their stories. And so I know their background or I like what they do and I investigate. I'm a journalist at heart. So I already kind of do my background research and then I come up with what I want to talk about to them and I present it and they say yes or no. So I'm very intentional. It's been people watching and the people randomly coming up to me and reaching out to me and wanting to come on. And I'm like, in my mind, it's like, I'm not even that huge yet, but you want to come on my platform. Okay, thank you. But I said, okay, let's talk about it. Let me think about it. I'm like, okay, great. But I am very intentional and I don't need people coming on just to come on. I am very, even at my humble beginnings, as they say, I'm making sure that I have quality conversations with quality people with quality stories. Because you never know which episode will change your life. You never know which post or which anything will change your life. And so when I share these stories, yes, some people might have over 200K followers, and some people might have 10K, some people might have 5K, some people might not even really have a digital following. But it doesn't really matter because if those 1,000 people that follow them support them, they go watch it, then it makes a difference. But if they can have 200K followers and those people not even watch it, they're just watching the clip on social media. So it goes, so you have to be very intentional and really focus on the story. So when you are a podcaster, what is your mission? What is your mission statement? What is your goal with this podcast? Yes, we all want the multi-viral moments like Legacy Talk and House Guest and Terrell Grice Show. We want all those numbers, but they started off being intentional. Yeah. And we have to focus on what is our intentionality, what are we doing this for, and build upon that. So I would say anybody that starts off, no, you don't need to accept everybody that reaches out to you because you need to know their intention and also know your intention. Does your goal match their goal? And if it does, then great. If it doesn't, oh well. And then sometimes you don't even have to accept everybody. Just it can be a scheduling conflict, and that's God's doing. So you say, praise God. So it's just those things you got to counter. You got to really factor into that to know what and who is supposed to be on your podcast. So.
Sheridan, go ahead, piggyback off.
And I please say something. Black people, I love us so bad. You do not have to launch on your birthday. You don't. You don't. You don't. You don't. I just want to say that again. You don't. Because a lot of us, y'all get these grand ideas for these books, these podcasts, these shows, this and that, clothing lines, t-shirt lines. God bless you. It's great. I want to see you bring it to fruition. But then you give yourself 2 weeks to do it. And then wonder why didn't nobody buy it. You do not have to launch. Somebody put it in the comments. Because you think of it 2 months before. You know what? I'm turning 40. I want to put out my book for my 40th birthday. You do not have to launch on your birthday. That's all I wanted to say because he was talking about the beginnings and all that. Set yourself up for success. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all.
Exactly.
On your birthday. God bless y'all.
Give you time, and I will pick it back again. Give you time to promote because we didn't even come out with an episode yet. I had a live launch recording. It was sold out. We gave enough time for people to buy tickets and come out. People didn't even know what our goal was. We should record a video, have the flyer out, we schedule it, and know somebody who know how to market too, because you reaching the people that you didn't know. People came just support because they just thought it was great to have this too. So it's like you have to really know in advance what you're gonna do. We plan that stuff out and get it out, but give it time to filter out. Don't give it 2 weeks. That's not gonna work. People of God, that's anyway. But that's all I have to say.
So I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. Now, Miss Erin, with you being a publicist, do you run into situations like this where you be like, I don't know, how do you approach working with certain people and not working with certain people?
That is so funny because my business partner and I have this joke that we'll like fire ourselves with people. Like we'll fire ourselves, and so we've done it quite a few times. But really now, you know, you got to have a story, and you got to really have something that a publicist can really work with, right? So, you know, a lot of times people get marketing and PR, like they get that, they get it mixed up. And I'm not now, if you want to hire me to do the marketing and promo, that's totally different. But if you want me to do public relations, which is you want, you know, media, you want, you want the whole press thing, you want the whole, that kind of thing. I can work hand in hand with your marketing department and we can all put that, or I can do both together, but it's not the same, right? So I think people get mixed up. And so I have people who are just not ready. So my approach is making sure that you have your assets first. And, you know, do you have your website? Do you have your, you know, social media? Do you have your, all your assets in order first before, because I can't pitch you if you don't have a one sheet or EPK, right? Do you, you know, depending on who it is and what you're doing, you know, so what are we doing if you're releasing a song where I'm getting ready to, one of my clients is releasing a single. So, you know, we're getting ready for the whole release, right? So we're getting ready for the marketing. We're doing all of that, and then the PR is going to come in. So it's a thing, and again, people think that they think that the publicist is supposed to just kind of come in and handle that work and do that, and then they don't understand that my goal is to get you that visibility within the media, right? So that then can in return now get you bookings and stuff that your manager can handle, right? That's not me. So they think that I'm your manager too. I'm not your manager. Now, if you want to hire me and give me a percentage because I can get you some bookings, it's another story. But at the end of the day, I'm here to help get that brand and that story told. So what is that story, and how are we going to tell that story? And how are we going to get that into the media? And how are we going to portray that? And how are we going to pull on the heartstrings of people, or whatever the case may be? And so that's kind of where I'm at. At first, we were kind of working with people, and it wasn't working. Like it was, and that was our fault because we had a lot of success, and then, you know, we were just kind of doing different things, and then it just really clicked. And when I really started to dive in, because PR wasn't I didn't go to school for PR, right? So it was a lot of learning and educating and bumping my head against the wall and working with people I probably shouldn't have been working with. But we're in the rhythm, and you know, although I want to help everybody, I can't, you know, and a lot of people aren't ready. Right. Again, with Sheridan was saying, like, you want to launch on your birthday. Well, just think about this. Like, you cannot come up with a song today and think you're going to release it next Friday and that you're going to you're not Beyonce. You're not Chris Brown. You're not these people who can do a midnight. Beyonce can write a song tonight, and then, you know, and then the press is going to just jump all over it. That's not you. Yeah, it could be you. I'm not saying it, but that's not you yet. So until then, we have to have a plan, and you have to have something that I can really take a hold to and really tell that story. So then that story can then be portrayed, and then I can get you on those big platforms. But don't despite the small platforms too. Like Cassius said, his platform may not have a whole lot of visibility, but I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you one beast at social media and promoting himself is Cupid. I will not Cupid. If y'all don't follow Cupid the Line Dance King, y'all better follow him because he is a beast when it comes to social media. Mainstream did not pick him up. He had to do it on his own. And he's 6-time platinum artist, and people don't even realize that. But I have a story to tell with him, right? Like when we go in, they're in awe about how this man is doing it, but has never BT don't invite him here and Essence don't invite him here or whatever the case may be, but he's doing it, right? So, I have a story and I can work with you, but we got to get that developmental process done first and then we can move forward.
Absolutely.
Aaron, I love that you said that. I love that you said the last part about doing it yourself and finding a way. Is literally that's what's working. I'm doing it all by myself. I'm not doing it behind a media group, and people are literally walking up to me and saying, "I love your podcast." I subscribed. I'm like, "Hey," because I don't know these people yet. But it's just like once you put yourself out there, and you're consistent with it. Your audience will find you. It's just literally that simple. We just overcomplicate it because we think that it has to be this big grand package when you just need to try and put yourself out there. So yeah, love it.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
I'm gonna shut up. Aaron really Aaron really blessed me. And she said something earlier about having to compensate for the fact that people have been burned previously. And I'm just gonna let you guys know, I don't think a lot of us have been burned. We just don't know what we're doing. Because you don't know what you're doing, you think you've been manipulated or mistreated. You actually just don't know. So you think you're hiring somebody to do marketing when you're hiring PR. So in your mind, you think you got burned. You didn't get burned. You don't know what you're doing. And I think a lot of us are just creatives, and that's okay. You don't have to be the creative and the marketing exec and the post office worker and the packager and the content. Like, we are trying to do too much, and so because we don't know what we're doing, we really know that we're creative and we want to do a thing, and because we only know that, then we think other people are not doing what they're supposed to do when we just really have not done the research to find out what we actually need. So half of us, we have not been burned. We just need to do some studying.
And I'll piggyback really quick, Sheridan. I was watching one of those TV shows or whatever, and Too Short was talking, and he was saying how all these people were getting bad record deals back in the day, right? He said the reason why you got a bad record deal is because you didn't read your contract. And people keep saying this. Atlanta did me bad. This person did me bad. Now I'm not saying they didn't. Now I know got some bad deals, but for the most part, Too Short said you didn't read the contract because they handed you the contract with $10,000 or $20,000 or $100,000 on the contract and gave it to you, and you got so excited, which we would, like, right? If I was a singer and somebody offered me a record deal back then, I probably wouldn't have gotten an attorney either because I wouldn't have known, right? So I signed that contract. Now I'm telling everybody that Universal burnt me. Well, no. Really, it was clear as day on the contract. You didn't get the attorney, the entertainment attorney, to go through it, and you didn't read it yourself, or you read it, you didn't know how to decipher it because you're not an attorney, and that's what they're for. And so now you're jaded, and everybody, so, or even with the publicist thing, like you said, Sheridan, people say that the PR publicist burnt them, but the publicist is not there to book your engagements and get you money, so you feel like that $2,500 you pay every month or $3,000, however much they charge, is not going anywhere. No, they did their job. You just didn't do your part, because it's not solely on me. So it kind of goes back to what you were saying too, as far as making sure you're doing your job too, making sure you're doing your part. So,
okay, now listen. Okay. So, Miss Princess Jones, we're gonna hop down to you because you are the social media guru. So I want you to tell us and help us out. Help us out. Now, we already know one thing about social media is consistency.
Mm-hmm.
But what are some things that we really need to know in order to make whatever we're trying to do pop? Help us out with that.
So depending on what you're doing, I know for me, and this was whenever I literally had no clue what I was doing. I was just flowing naturally. But I feel like a missing component is getting all of your audience in one space, because scatter, it can work and consistency works down the timeline. But what I found that really works for not only myself but a lot of businesses is creating a community. They have different platforms like Facebook, and now they have the chats on Instagram where you can actually create a community inside the chat and keep them. They're not able to respond in the chat, but you can go put your album in there. You can go put whatever you're promoting, and it's under that audience, and they can see all of your stuff. So with Team BGV,
Just FYI, they can respond if you allow it to.
I was going to say, yeah, I think it's a setting now that allows.
Oh, okay. With that, it's just it's easier putting. Now the algorithm is kind of wacky still, because you're still fighting against the chronological order of things. But even you can go and tell them that there's a setting that they can make sure everything is up to date. But whenever I created the community, like I said, I was oblivious. I didn't know what I was doing at the time. But now that I know, I always advise people, get your audience in one space. It's so much easier to promote whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's content, products. If you have everybody in one space, they're more prone to see it, as opposed to just scrolling the timeline, because it's so many things going on everybody's timeline. You want to create a space where all of your people are, and then you can not only promote yourself, but you can create a family unit, give them insights of who you are, and that draws them in even more, because people in this day and time, they love vulnerability. They love relatability. They want to be able to relate to you, show yourself your little morning routine or whatever. Talk to them while you're doing your skincare, and talk to them. They want to be talked to. We can't, like she said, we can't be Beyonce. We are not Beyonce. Beyonce does not talk to the internet anymore. You have to talk to your audience and have them, be a part of everything that you're doing, so that they can actually support you for real.
And the other question too is, do you know your audience?
Right.
People, do they even know their audience to even get them in that space or whatever, whether you have, your Instagram or your Patreon or however you do it. But Princess, that's really good as far as that whole community thing, because there was another young lady that was working with I have another client in Atlanta, and we were all talking, and she said, she's a film television exec, and she said, you guys should create a community. And I hadn't thought about that, because that wasn't what I was doing for her. And we created a community, and now we have all these, film and television people who want to be in the industry and all that kind of stuff. But it was really, that was really good. So I really, what you're saying is really on point.
Yeah, I think building a community is super important no matter what you do. Building a community is super, super important, because if you take it to this community really got your back, versus other people who may not really necessarily know what you're doing. So I do agree. You do need a community. Shout out to the Don Don.
Sure.
That's my community. Kai, do you have anything to piggyback off of? Because you sit over there quiet, and I'm just kind of
listen.
You want to piggyback off?
It's good to me. I was going to talk about what Princess was just saying about community, because thankful to the Team BGV community, and Princess has built up such a community to where we can post any and everything, and they're going to respond, because of the sense of, like she said, a sense of family, a sense of partnership. What started off as her networking people who were working and aspiring BGVs, to now people are going in there like, hey, I have this audition coming up. What do y'all think about this video? Before I send it to where it needs to go to, or hey, I got this idea for a song, or this event coming up, or to actual events, us meeting and coming together. I met some of the closest friends I have in my life now, because we had a physical event together when we had our first Team BGV weekend. And so when you create that sense of community, it's something that stays with you. But you said being relatable, and I love that her and Isa both, when we get in that community, like she said, they're moms, they're working BGVs, they're touring, they're traveling the country and the world, but they find ways to drop in and to be relatable to the people in the group. And it gives us something to aspire to. So when you do take the time and you need to invest in that type of community and that type of following, it pans out for you. Everything that you do, you can just have that instant. You instantly know, okay, these 15,000, these 5,000 people I have online. Like you were saying, even with your own community, when we were talking about the tour, it's like, okay, we know we're not starting at zero. We're starting with whatever community you have, whatever community I have, and then the people that we bring into it, and then whatever we build organically from there. But that's really important it goes back to Cassius' point about consistency, which is something definitely stepped on my toes with, because when it comes to my clients and their endeavors, that's a different ballgame. But for me, especially in social media, consistency has been a thing. And I was telling my team even this week, like when we do certain things and projects, I don't post about it. And I got to figure out some of that spacing, but just being more upfront and communicative about things that are going on.
And then when you meet, like, there's nowhere I can go. There's literally nowhere in the world that I have been where people have not walked up. Oh, you're Princess from Team BGV. I follow you, this, that, and the third. And be personable when you meet people. Don't act so grand. Like, be literally their friend. These people follow you. They invest in you. They buy your product. Be Rihanna. Rihanna, I love how she treats her fans. Like, you can walk up to Rihanna and she's going to treat you like she knows you. You really have to be a personal person. You can't be mean. There's a lot of different communities that I'm part of, and it gets a little shady in there. I love to build safe spaces, for people. This is not the first. I built a community for singles years ago, and about 3 to 4 couples in there got married. They had kids. They still keep me up to date. They invite me to their weddings. So I feel like just being a person that people can relate to, and you're not just a nice person, but you're relatable. They love that. They'll eat it up. That's why you have the Barbs. That's why you have the Beehive. You have all of these communities of people. They want to be a part of. People want to be a part of something.
Now, let me just ask a question. Do you have to sing background to be a part of this community?
No, we invite.
No, because I'm in it, and I'm not, and I do not.
Because I don't give you a little something if I need an audition or something like that.
But Aaron, you a choir member though.
Right.
Okay, so yes, I can sing backup but I don't sing, like, you know what I mean. You ain't gonna call me to sing. I'm gonna be the last person you call if you need.
We love people like you in the group, because a lot of there are artists in there and they could use your services. I encourage everybody to, even if you're not a background singer, post. People love that. They are always looking for who they can connect to, because you just never know who's needed. You might be needed in there.
And I didn't know
how can we get to the
of it. So I didn't know Princess was the founder of it. So I had
nice
no idea.
Yes.
How is the community is on Facebook? Where exactly is it?
We're in the heart of the community is on Facebook. Team BGV is a private community, so you have to request to be added. And then we also have the Instagram, where I'm experimenting with new content. So this has been helpful to me, because it's been kind of scary for me. I'm like, Kai, I don't really like being in front of the camera, but I have had to be in front of the camera. So yes, I'm experimenting, but we're also on IG, and I'm trying to figure out the TikTok rhythm. We have up to like 13K on TikTok, but for the life of me, TikTok, it's completely different than.
Or maybe Cassius, is that your name, Cassius? Maybe you can help.
Yeah, anybody?
Yes, because that TikTok is a whole.
It's a whole
trend, whole sale, whole day in the life of, showing the background scenes of how you get before you get on the stage, kind of thing. So going live like that's how you really build it, because people are scrolling all day long. So it's like going live at a session, stuff like that. But we can talk about the offline because my brain
Okay.
starts. And I get excited. I get excited about strategy. But anyway, okay.
That's what I want everybody brain to do. Go off. But no, I think everybody up here is valuable in this space, and I think we can all learn from something from everybody here. You all have given excellent advice, excellent things to use because we need them. Y'all, politically, there's so much going on in this world, and I am seeing so many people give up.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've seen so many people give up, and I'm like, I can't allow that to happen. And so that was one of the reasons why I had this summit idea, because I was like, I want to build our people back up because we are losing. It's like we're losing it.
I
And
met
so,
somebody just recently that wanted to give up. I was in Little Rock, and he was just telling me how he was just bitter because he felt like nobody was supporting him, and he's a comedian and he's really funny, and he felt like he should be out there. But one of the things that I remember back in the day, not back in the day, a few years ago, actually, God had to speak to me because I was making people my God. Right. And what happened was I thought that was how I was going to get to where I needed to go. And we're relying on these people who are comedians. I mean, Kev on stage is trying to get to, he's trying to go to the next level. Lisa Deek is trying to go to the next level. Marcus Wiley trying to go to the next level. Not saying that they're not going to reach back and help, but they're trying to make it too. So you got to do what you can to get where you're trying to go to. That goes back to, working on yourself and promoting yourself and all of that. And it really spoke to me. And I really was talking to him, and I just saw, he just looked so defeated. And I was like, but I can help you. And he was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, And I followed up, and he never responded. But so he's his own biggest enemy, not, so that right there just showed me, like, Aaron, you can't quit. Like, you can't quit. And I didn't want him to quit. I was just I was doing my best. I was like trying. But again, you can only do so much. And if somebody's not willing to, to think about it. And again, he's bitter and he's upset. So whatever I said probably went in one ear out the other, because he's putting me in the same boat as the other people. Yeah, they said they was going to help me too. Nick Cannon said he was going to take me on Wildin' Out, and then he left me. I'm just using an example. But okay, I'm not Nick Cannon. I can't get you on Wildin' Out. But my friend works with Nick Cannon, and that's his right-hand person. So do you want me to make a phone call or not? You know what I'm saying? So I guess it's just, and it spoke to me too. I've been there. I'm wanting to quit. I want to quit. I'm not getting the money that I should. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. But guess why I'm not? Because of me.
Yeah.
Because of you.
Because of me. It ain't got nothing to do with nobody. I can't blame Kai. I can't blame Sheridan. I can't blame Princess. I can't blame Yusha. I can't blame Cash. I can't blame none of y'all. It's me. Yeah. So if I'm not where I should be, it's me. I'm stuck. Because how can everybody else be progressing? How can everybody else be doing good and doing all their thing? Everybody ain't, so.
That's real.
That's real.
I think we're in a place and in a season where creatives and entrepreneurs, we have to remember our why.
Yeah.
We have to remember our why. Sometimes, I think Cassius hinted at it earlier when he was saying, I don't accept everybody into the podcast, or Sheridan when she said, everybody want to write a book, don't need to. Why are you doing what you're doing? Because if it's you live by the applause and you live for people's reactions and for the fame, you won't last. So you have to know why you're doing what you're doing and be confident in that, because the state, like Shavdana said, the state of the world, the state of the country right now, everything that's going on, no one puts anything out and doesn't want it to do well. I have my own book out as well. I have a single out. You don't do those things and I want them to succeed. Even though my heart with the book and the single was to touch lives, the more people that hear it, the more popular it becomes, the more opportunity I have to do that. So you want impact. However, in obedience to God, in obedience to what I was dealing with in my life and sharing my story, I did those projects. So if it didn't sell, they don't chart and doesn't become a bestseller and all those things, I fulfilled purpose. And so I think a lot of people have gotten away from purpose and from intent and knowing why we do what we do. And so life is a ride. Business and creativity, entertainment industry, there are highs and lows in everything. Sometimes, even for the example that Aaron gave, this low that he was facing may turn out to be some of his best jokes and content. We are so often give up when we're right on the verge. My grandmother used to have this saying, and it stuck with me. My grandma's passed now, but she would say, "The darkest of night is just before the break of day." And every time I go through something, I sit and I think about that. And sometimes it's with tears in my eyes, but I think about the fact of how bad, how crazy would it be for me to give up? And I was right at the edge.
Right.
I was right at the
Good.
Right there.
It gets the hardest right before you get that big breakthrough.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, I guess my breakthrough's coming.
Oh yes, it's coming. It's coming for all of
It's
us.
hard over here.
It's coming for all of us because we're not here.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure we all dealing with the same kind of thing. It's like, show get a little hard. It show get a little rough right about now. But I'll just piggyback and say this too, like we also have to, and I guess the way I feed myself is I listen and to see other people's stories and I see what they go through and other celebrities. It's just like everybody is getting back to being intentional. They have gotten, all these artists had to do what they had to do at the beginning, and that gave them nothing. They left them with a void. And a lot of artists are going back to being intentional, doing what makes them happy. If they got to leave that and go back to doing something else, they're doing the music, the content, the movies, the collaborations that makes them happy, that fills them up. That's why the music sounds different. Like they sound different, yeah, because they're going back to what they really want to do at this time. They don't want to just be that machine anymore.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of them are starting their own record labels too, because they don't want to be that machine. So we have to see what's in the times and what's out there. Everybody wants to be intentional. Nobody wants to be a carbon copy. Nobody wants to have to deal with people that don't believe in them and don't listen to what they're doing. And so it's just, we really have to be intentional and really have to be purpose driven and to remember our why, because that's kind of what's going on around the world. You won't never feel that void by doing what somebody else's purpose is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can I add this? In the words of Fantasia, truth is, a lot of the people that we consider successful are miserable. And we are trying our hardest to emulate what they have done, and they are miserable. So I have learned to start living in the moment. I remember I was so depressed. I'm just going to be fully honest with y'all. Maybe 2 years ago about being an author. And I was like, maybe this ain't what God has for me. Now I could write a book in my sleep. But at that time, I was like, maybe this is not what he has for me, because the output, at that point, I was like, I've been an author for 10 years. Where is the fruit of my labor? And for a few of those years, I'm just going to be transparent, so hopefully it helps somebody. For a few of those years, I was putting out a book a quarter. So this ain't about consistency, but it was about where is my audience. And so I had this small, tiny audience. I'm like, okay, but where the rest? Like, where's the rest? And I was complaining to my parents about it. And my daddy said, open your social media. Remember that trip you went on this day? That's the fruit of your labor right there. Remember that trip you went on? That's the fruit of your labor. That right there, what you did, that's the fruit of your labor. And so a lot of times we don't see, because we're just going and going and going. We don't see that your success where you are right now, although it's not where you want to be, it's somebody else's prayer. And so instead of looking at somebody else and saying, I want to be where they are, I want to be where they are, I want to be where they are, stop and appreciate what God has brought you already. And then y'all know I got to be churchy. Romans 12:2. And be not conformed to the image of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Your mind is on things that ain't got nothing to do with you.
Nothing
to do with you. You looking at somebody else's success story, have no idea how long they've been in it, have no idea turmoil they going through at home, have no idea what they're going through just to be your wish list.
Talk
And
good.
you're asking and begging God, I want to be here. I want to be here. You don't even know where they are.
Right.
You just know what you see.
That's right.
So stop being conformed to that image
Yeah.
because you are already living somebody else's dream, somebody else's prayers. I just want to encourage somebody who maybe you want to give up. I wanted to give up, and I had to talk myself in with my circle and thank God for my parents to talk me out of that slump of being, I don't know, not even realizing I was comparing myself to other people. Not even realizing that I'm looking at somebody else and saying, well, why are they there? Because I can write circles around her. Can I just be honest? I can write circles. How they stuff viral, and this is awful. I'm reading it and it's a mess. I'm just being honest. And so I had to stop and regroup and pause and say, number one, what can I do to change where I am right now? Am I doing my best? No, I'm not doing my best because I'm afraid that because of what I've done already, that I haven't gotten that output, that when I give my best, I'm still be singing my shoulda, coulda, woulda on the street. So you have to look, just stop what you're doing, stop your complaining. I don't think that man even is necessarily his own worst enemy. I think that because he looks and say, I've been in it as long as them, why can't I have blah blah blah? He couldn't call you because he's not at the place to receive, but I pray that he gets there eventually. Y'all, we have to renew our minds and think on whatsoever thing is lovely and true and of good report. Think if there be any virtue, we have to think on those things. So that's it. I'm done preaching. I just want to change our mind.
Comparison is literally the thief of joy. And if joy is going to be our strength, we got to stop comparison. We got to stop comparing ourselves to everybody else. Like you started church, you guys. Well, keep going. But no, like it literally, and I have curate your timeline for what you want to see that brings you joy. Stop if that person is hindering your growth and your mind, your mental health with comparison. Take them off, hide them for a while until you build yourself up to be able to receive that. Amen. Like you're seeing everybody else flourish. Okay, what you have to work on to get there? What are you not doing? Sit with yourself. Sometimes it's not you're allowing comparison to steal your joy when the main culprit, the person in the mirror, is the number one enemy.
And then you'll start doing things to make sure you're their direct competitor.
Yeah,
that's a whole nother
and then
thing.
you look like a carbon copy. You're no longer authentic.
And that envy and jealousy starts to set in, and it becomes crazy.
Yeah,
and a lot of times people can see it before you can see it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Remember that people can see it before you can see it. You like, now why y'all calling me jealous and envious? Because that's what your spirit is giving.
Right. Yeah.
But then too, I'm gonna say this last thing. I promise you, I'm done talking. Listen, another thing is this. Sometimes you see what you desire and you're in the right realm, but that's not necessarily your assignment. I'll give you an example. I'm not one of those it girls. Okay, listen, I'm not that girl, right? But what I'm called to be is really the intercessor for those girls who are that girl. So those influencers call me for prayer. And behind the scenes, God showed me this vision. I'm up here preaching to influencers and stuff. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I want to be the girl on the camera. I don't want to do that. But sometimes, because you're in the vicinity of what it looks like to be fun as a social media influencer that looks good. What if you're an assistant? Hello. What if you're a marketing director? What if you are something in the vicinity, but that's not? That's why you got to just check in with yourself, check in with God, because sometimes you're not the one in the spotlight, but you can be the one steering the spotlight. So it's not necessarily. You're not a success, but how come is that you're not on tour with these people because you're called to be a writer? Okay, you just have to focus in and figure out what are you about to do. Not just I want to do that because it look good. what you actually purpose to do?
Yeah.
That is so good. That's my friend. He said something similar to me last night, Sheridan. So I know you are speaking prophetically here because he literally said, like, maybe he literally just spoke what you just said. I promise you last night. So yeah, you are on point.
Yes, you are.
That's a really
and
good.
I always said years ago, I said, like, I made up in my mind. I said I might not have to be number one, but I can be a hell of a number two. Listen, huh?
And I love being behind the scenes too. Monica, my friend Monica's on. Shout out to my girl Monica, who's a up and coming author. She's getting ready to release a book too. But we love being behind the scenes. I don't even want to be in the front. I don't want to be in the front. I want to be behind the scenes. So whatever, you don't have to worry about me being a Beyonce. I will be the Michelle and Kelly of the group. You hear me?
Every day, all day.
Baby, give me Michelle down. Give me Michelle down.
I don't want to do that.
Can I also, this is not exactly what you guys just said, but the lack of resources can be intimidating and scary when you're trying to. Yeah. When you have a huge vision and you see it and you've already written it down, you're doing the things, but then that fear can creep in and like, oh my God, how is this going to happen? How can I make this possible? And I'm just going to remind you, because as I remind myself that God is the ultimate provider. If He placed it in you and you are in your right lane, it will happen. It might not be effortless because you do have to put in some work, but don't let the lack of what you think the resources are that you need stop you from really completing your assignment. Go ahead and go forth in those who you need, what you need, all the things that you need to make that become a reality. It will come very naturally. It'll blow your mind. It happens to me all the time.
Now, before we wrap up, I want to ask you guys one last question. And I kind of think we've discussed this just a little bit, but I kind of want to be firm in it. How important is it to have a team?
Oh my God.
Because last year I attempted to do this tour thing by myself, and I said, never again, because everything falls on you, right? And so, which it does anyway, because you're the brand, you're the business, so it falls on you anyway. But I realized how important it was last year that I needed a team. Don, you can't do this by yourself. You just can't. And so I do want to ask you guys, because I'm sure everybody up here has a team. How important is it to have a team?
I can go.
How you want to? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I go in? Jump in. First, I will preach that to the rooftops. The importance of having a team. I've watched events and things I've done by myself, and I've watched what I've been able to accomplish with the team. I'm very blessed and thankful that I now have a business partner that we work together, and we put teams together for all of our things, but you can see such a difference when you have those components where you have the person working this part, and we don't have to micromanage you, right? Because you already know what you're supposed to do. This is done, this is done, this is done. So when it all comes together, the event is beautiful. But when you're working by yourself, and not saying it can't be done, you've done it for many years, right? But when you're working by yourself, you tend to forget, well, I'm gonna speak for me, right? I tend to forget this part, administrative part, or I tend to forget this, I tend to forget that. And honestly, I don't want to work. I don't want it all by myself. I want to enjoy it with my team. I want to be able to go here and go there, and wherever we go in Paris, wherever. I want my team to be able to benefit too from the fruits of our labor. And it's so important. I work with a team right now. Like I said, we working together to put this whole thing. We're doing something with Dawkins and all them, and we are coming together and we are making it happen. I'm working on this part. They're working on this part. We're working on this part, and we all coming together. And this thing is working out so effortlessly. And that's because No one's stepping on each other's toes, or if something else needs to get done, I can do this part. And we don't have a problem with calling each other and saying, hey, I got to do this, or I got to go to Arkansas because my mom, so can you handle this? Like, we're all working together and we're all building, and it doesn't fall on just one person. So I really, really say, if you can get a team that really believes in your vision too, not just somebody who want to just latch on because they want to think that you famous people, right? And you do all this or you do all that. No, someone who actually believes in the vision and says, I'm willing to take this on as if like it's my own. And that's what my business partner and I, Teresha, shout out to Teresha out of Atlanta, when we started our Brown Girls Brunch, she started it. She came to me and we just meshed. I take it on as if I started it, right? People sometimes don't even know whether it's hers or whether it's mine. That's how much of a team we are. So, yeah.
I love that. I love that. Anybody else want to piggyback off of that?
Sherilyn already told us that it's not good for Mary to be alone. And that speaks to the project manager in me. I teach people all the time. Yes, sometimes we have to do it alone. I teach automation. I teach you how you're starting a business. And you gotta, we've all had to answer the phone and send an email in third person. We've done those things, but when you have accessibility to a team, it changes. You have another level of capacity. And that's my word for this season, has been capacity. So like Team CCG, I love my team. Shout out to Kelly and Derek and Jaleel. I'm able to do things that I couldn't do on my own, but also there's pride in watching my team learn and grow. And I would even include in my team my mentors. So I have Dr. Pack and Lady Tamil, the people who I can go sit at their feet and I can glean from and learn from. That's a part of my team. My team doesn't just flow down, it flows up as well. I'm accountable to my mentors. And so I think it's very, very important to have a team. Princess kind of talked about it earlier, but when you're networking, don't find carbon copies. Find somebody who, okay, I have the personality, but you have the administration. Or I have the finances, but you got the personality. Find people who can fill the spaces where you're weak and you don't have it, and build a team that way. So it's important. It's vital. It's some things that we can't do. I feel like God gives us a vision with a purpose for people. So if you don't have that part of the people, then yeah, it's not gonna work.
I agree.
My
Go on
God.
and preach to us, honey. Go on and preach to us. Give us a word. Give us a word.
Now, absolutely, it's vital to have a team, but I feel like anybody who's in their right mind and not battling some type of, because some of these things and feeling like I have to do it by myself definitely comes from trauma, comes from some people have personality disorders, those type of things as well. But there are other people who desire a team, but they ain't got no money. I want to speak to those people because I've been there. Amen. I have absolutely been there. And you hear people talking about, you need a team, you need a team. And you'd be like, girl, I can't pay nobody to do this. You would be surprised.
Surprise.
How many people
Surprise.
help you. Yes. How many people will help you just because you are kind? Just because you've expressed a vision and they want to buy in, you would be surprised. So in the beginning, baby, all I had, well, I got siblings. I got a mommy and daddy. Daddy, I need you at the door collecting the money because I trust you. You can count fast. Mama, you the hostess. Siblings, help me set this up. Okay. We packaging orders. We're in the assembly line today. Okay. So if you don't have family like that, then look at this. Again, we're in the era of technology. Why aren't you using ChatGPT? Now we got to be careful because it's ruining the environment. Amen. We got to be careful. And we want to be careful with how much we're using it. But for your administrative work, that can be your assistant today. Okay, type up these letters for me. Okay, so we can work with what we have till we get to where we want to get. And then as we were talking about building these communities on Facebook, I have my community on Facebook. We just started a couple months ago. And we are like almost 350 people just in 2 months. Hey y'all, I need 2 people to volunteer to help me pack these orders. Oh, I got you, sis. and I ain't paying you nothing. I'm gonna get you some food though, because I'm saved, and I'm not gonna let you work for me for nothing. Now that's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna buy some chicken at least, but
Yeah, give me a box of chicken, baby. Yeah,
okay.
you know, my empty
2 piece
stomach,
and a
baby. Give
pepper.
me a little piece of chicken leg.
That's another thing.
A
Take care of
little
your
bit.
team. Take care of your team. If you can't afford, or
Yes.
your volunteers or people who are coming and you're not paying them, we make sure that we taken care of. We handle, like when we traveling, we take care of their flights. We take care of their hotel. If we can't pay them, we get Airbnbs. We take care of them. We make sure we pay
Yes.
for food. So we're making sure we're if we don't have the money to give them, you know. But yeah, that's good. I just needed to jump in on that.
No, absolutely. That's it. Just make sure you can find people even if you don't have money. That's basically what I wanted to tell y'all, and make sure y'all feed them at least.
That's true. That's true. Well, listen, y'all. First of all, I want to say thank y'all so much. This panel was amazing. Like, this was good. I enjoyed this.
I see a whole nother little thing with all of us. You know, my
yeah.
mind start to going.
I thought it earlier. I was like, I'm about
Yeah.
to follow all y'all on Instagram.
Yeah, I think
I'm about to slide in DMs.
I see us doing something like another little something outside of this. So
For sure.
Absolutely.
Monica
Absolutely.
said part 2. Yeah, we need a little part 2. We got
Yeah.
some things we really need to dive deep in that you know the community needs to hear.
Yes.
Absolutely. 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 So what I want to do now is just go here and y'all just let me know whatever you have coming up that you would like people to support, or how you would like people to support. Sometimes it's listen, entrepreneurs and people who are in the business, let me tell you, it is okay to tell people how you need support. It is okay.
Absolutely.
It's okay. It is. I promise you, it's okay. So we'll start with you, Kai, and then we'll just kind of go, and then we'll end with Sherry.
Ooh, how can people support me? So like I mentioned, I do have a single out. It's on all streaming platforms. It's entitled "Flows from You." Thank you. It was a labor of love. It was a promise kept. And so the song just reminds us that God is our source. And in the times like this, I think we need that reminder. I also released the book. It's called Worthship, the Worshipper's Workbook. That's also available. The link in my bio has links to all of my projects. But that's just a workbook. It's geared towards worship leaders, but it's for anybody who wants to strengthen their relationship with God and to know what worship is and what it is not, and what we've made it to be. And let's get back to the main theme. Other than that, I got some new stuff coming out next year. You can really support me by being a part of this tour that Chef has going on and meeting us in one of these cities. My Dallas fam, come out and meet us in the Dallas area. My Atlanta fam, meet us there. If you're close by and you want to catch a flight, you can do it. It's going to be a great opportunity. But I'm so proud of him and the vision that he has for this tour and allow me to be a part. And I think what we're doing here right now in this summit, you're going to get some more of this on the tour with some good food. So I think, why not?
Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? And just so y'all have the dates corrected, it is November the 14th and 15th for Atlanta, December the 7th for Dallas, and January the 3rd and 4th for DC. And Sheridan, I ain't think you was trying to throw no shade or nothing at me or nothing like that, but you know, that's my birthday weekend in DC.
It's never shade towards you, you know.
All right, Miss Erin, what you got coming up? How can we support you?
Well, let's see. What do I have coming up? Any personal events. I don't have anything in 2025. I think we're wrapped up, but I would love for you guys to go follow me. Follow me on my Instagram, Erin Fleeks, and then on my I have Erin Fleeks and then Fleeks Entertainment Group. So I have those both on Instagram and Facebook. Please go follow my clients. I'm always pushing. I have a client, Cupid the Line Dance King. He has a new album that just dropped, which is the first ever R&B line dance album in history. So you guys go follow Cupid, the line dance king. He has all the line dances for all your events, your parties, your everything. So y'all go follow that. Also go follow David Michael Wyatt. We have a new single that he's getting ready to release. He was asked to do something super amazing for Donny Hathaway's 55th celebration of his song this Christmas. So y'all be ready to hear that. That's coming out. And then also Dawkins and Dawkins, along with Gene Moore, we have a new single that's getting ready to release too for that. So please go follow David Michael Wyatt, go follow Cupid, go follow Dawkins and Dawkins, Eric Dawkins, Gene Moore, all of them. We're just excited about what's getting ready to happen. So yeah.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
I love seeing him in the Car Chronicles or the car ride singing.
Cupid. Yeah. Oh, you saw it? Yes.
Miss Jones. I just like saying her last name.
Well, everybody follow me on social media. My personal page, Princess the BGV. Also, the business page, Team BGV. I would love to see you guys. I'll definitely follow you back. I'm just working on this new content, building a new audience, because the audience we had was used to one form of content, and now I'm branching out and making it a little bit more, personal to me. It's reactive content, so I'm reacting to different videos. And I'm also going to experiment with some other things like skits and all that stuff. Me and my business partner, Isa, she's my business partner with Team BGB. We are working on something very fun. It's BGB karaoke. So we are recording. We've already started recording a lot. Looking to get into the sync world with that, and hopefully tour very, very soon, and go visit our cities that are our top cities in our community, and just have fun with that.
Oh, you gonna need me, Princess, huh? You gonna need me.
Yeah, I'm gonna. That's why I say I'm sliding y'all DM. So go ahead, look for me. I also want to write a book, sharing it. So that's been something that has been very, very near and dear to my heart, because I have a very compelling story that I know will inspire you a lot. So I'm going to be in y'all DMs. Okay. And I'm also getting ready to launch a podcast with another background singer here in Los Angeles. So I'm working on a lot of things. Y'all look for it. I got my hands full, and hopefully this conversation really motivated me and inspired me to just stick to consistency and just put it out there and not be stagnant. So thank y'all. Thank you guys so much for everything that you poured into me today.
Absolutely.
Princess, you're in LA?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I gotta reach out to you. I got something
for sure.
I got something for you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm here for it.
I love it. Mr. Clay.
Yes, I am just really much the rest of this year. I'm recording some more episodes of Bro You Good podcast with some more guests I'm excited about having. So that's my main focus. Try not to do too much by the end of this year. And next year, I want to plan on having another Bro You Good brunch. We did that this year. It was good. People came out. And also another live recording, but I want to have something with a twist about it, like Battle of the Sexes kind of thing, Q&A thing. So that'll be cute. So that's what I'm working towards in the next year and in this year. So if everybody could just follow me on Instagram, Cassius J Clay, it's my middle initial, and then also follow Bro You Good podcast on IG and TikTok as well. So that's where I'm at. Just keep helping me grow and keep encouraging the people of God and the people to just support Black people and support Black voices and share our stories. So that's my main goal. So yes.
Well, let me just let you know, you in the algorithm. Well, y'all know the things be listening to us, and then because I was telling Kyle, like when he was telling me about you. First of all, I have another friend with the same name as yours, and so that's what I thought he was talking about, right? And then when I happened to get on YouTube, your video came up, and I didn't search for you. I wasn't subscribed to nothing, and I thought, here we go with this. Now they'll be lying, talking about that ain't the case, but y'all was definitely listening to me in order for him to be in my algorithm. But I'm just letting you know that you are in the algorithm.
Well,
That's
y'all
that's
all
the
are
good. That's
as
the.
soon as we go into the Instagram, y'all name just automatically popped up. Like we didn't even have to search.
Okay. I love a good
Okay,
SEO. I love
yeah.
SEO for that reason. Love search engine optimization. But yes, and just building more, strategy and looking for more clients this next year into doing those great things. So that's what I'm really excited about this new year. So, Ken, I'm really excited for the new year.
I love to hear it. Miss Sheridan S. Davis, honey.
Well, praise the Lord. First of all, I'm so excited because I'm going on tour with Chef Dada, y'all. So make sure y'all meet us at all of the tour spots because, baby, we're going to be eating, we're going to talk good and all of the things. And then, y'all, I just dropped a link in the comments. Yes, this is my Song of Solomon book. I'm very excited about it. It's called Illicit Love. And it is about a woman who has really been going through the things. It's a pre-order now. Don't think it's coming out tomorrow. It's not. Okay. It's a pre-order. Next month, though. Next month. But it is about a woman who's going through several tragedies, losing her husband and things. She goes to Jamaica to have a good time. And y'all know what happens in Jamaica is supposed to stay in Jamaica. And for some reason, it's going to follow her later. So make sure y'all stay tuned. It's called Illicit Love. So that tells you all you need to know about the title. I also, Princess, we definitely need to talk. My little brother is in LA right now, and he's a singer. So, yeah, I want to hook you guys up.
For sure, yes.
And then for all my ladies who are church girls or you maybe you don't go to church no more, but you love Jesus, join my Facebook group. It's called Church Girls, the official sisterhood. Is what it looks like. It's the black with the white writing. Join us. We'll go ahead and approve you. We are a group of sisters who are growing as ourselves in God and also developing community. So yeah, join us in all the things. I love y'all. Thanks for having me.
I just want to say this one thing though, friend. I just happened to Google you. Well, I wasn't trying to Google you. I was trying to put your
Have
website,
mercy.
and it came right up, baby. They got you right here. They say Sheridan S. Davis is an author, honey, and it gives a full overview of you.
I can't wait to read that book.
Google.
I know. I'm thinking about the movie. I'm like, okay, I need to contact my executive in Atlanta and say, listen, we got another project we need to put on the table.
Yes.
I'm telling y'all, this story is it's a story I've been wanting to write for maybe 10-15 years.
Wow.
And I'm finally putting pen to paper after I've done all the other things. And I can't, when I read the story to my beta reader, I'm like, I can't believe I said that, but I'm saying it. So yeah, stay tuned.
Love it.
Well, listen, it sounds like everybody has something going on. I cannot wait to connect with all of y'all outside of this. Well, me and Kai and Sheridan have already connected, but definitely Aaron, Princess, Mr. Clay. I'm looking forward to it. Houston is like my second stomping ground. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always in Houston. You know what I'm saying?
Where are you at now?
It's easy. Right now, I'm around the world.
Okay. All right.
The world.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm in Dallas.
Oh, okay.
Time up the street.
And Aaron, one more last question. Do you know Latoria?
Latoria?
Yeah. What is Latoria's last name?
Lemon.
That's actually my friend. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is. Okay. I met her a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, because you went to the Heart and Hustle thing. Or
Yes,
whatever you
I
said.
did.
Okay.
I met her. I met Labrina, and there was another
I don't
Monero.
know any of the other girls. I just know Latoria.
Because she's in PR, right?
Right, because she's like the publicist, like the publicist that people go to here in Houston.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, I will definitely connect with you guys. I think Princess and Kai, we have another panel. And yeah, I think that's it. But I want to say thank you guys so much for this. This was absolutely amazing. And I know everybody can use something that was said today to help them go forward. Like, I love it. Now, I'll just tell y'all really quick before we leave. I do have a couple things going on. We have the tour. I do have an olive oil brand that I have embarked on. It's an infused olive oil brand. We have lemon, basil, truffle, red pepper, garlic. Y'all
Oh,
gonna see
olive oil, like a
uh-huh,
cooking for
cooking
cooking.
oil.
I'm
Mhm.
thinking of hair. I don't know where. I don't know what. I don't cook like that. So, and I wasn't even thinking about food. It's like my hair. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, come on. For the olive oil, yes.
it's a cooking oil. It's been a long time coming. I have ran into a couple of things with it, but I will honestly say I am happy with this. It's something that I'm going to keep doing. If you happen to be on a tour, we do have something special for you. So I want to see all of y'all on the tour. Of course, I'm a YouTuber. What else I do? I do a whole bunch of stuff. So just follow your boy. Just follow your boy. You never know what I'm working on or what I'm doing. I'm always doing something.
And that's pretty unique because I've never seen different olive oils.
Me either.
So there's
Uh,
there's
there's a
there's
story in
one.
that Chef Don by FYI. Like, I mean,
Absolutely, absolutely. And the thing is that's the reason why I went that route. I went that route because there's not a lot of people doing that. There's only one female black-owned business that has olive oils, or
I've
their
never
own olive
heard of
oil. So
that. That's dope.
it's dope. So I appreciate it. You guys can purchase it. The links, everybody's links is in the book. So I'm gonna put the QR code back up here. And if you can't get the QR code, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. All right. Well, all right, y'all. Now we about to get ready to go in this kitchen and make these shrimp and grits, and then we're gonna come back and do our music panel after that. Okay. All
Okay.
right. Thank y'all so
See
much. I
y'all.
appreciate y'all. This was so dope. All right. So we'll be connecting. Y'all make sure y'all follow everybody up here. All right. I will see you guys soon. I'm gonna play some music while I go get everything finally. Well, I don't have much to do, but I'm gonna play some music and then we'll be in the kitchen. All right. All right. Bye, y'all. Thank y'all.
Bye.
Why is this lopsided? All right, so let's see. I can't see myself, and this is a problem. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. I think you guys should be able to hear me. Can someone just drop down in the comment section? Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me know if y'all can hear me in the comment section, please, and thank you. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me. Uh-oh. Uh, All right. Test, test, test. All right. Okay, y'all can hear me. Y'all can hear me. What up, though, everybody? Okay, listen. So we're about to make a simple, easy shrimp and grit recipe really quick. It's gonna be real easy and simple. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I have a pot of water here because I don't have any chicken, like chicken broth or chicken stock. So I'm going to use some of this, and we're just going to put some of this in the water here. These grits got to have flavor, baby. We can't have no bland grits now. Now, it would be better if you take a measuring spoon and just kind of put it in there. So let me do it really quick. Um, all right. All right, that's one. And I already put about another tablespoon in there already. So we're gonna let that come to a boil. And then I'm gonna add a little heavy whipping cream. Listen, if you want some creamy grits, you gotta do this, okay? Now, what I'm going to do, that Don Don garlic infused extra virgin olive oil, we're gonna pour a little bit here in our pan. And I have some sausage here that I am going to saute. So yes, I do like some sausage in my shrimp and grits. Okay. All right. So we're gonna let that get hot here before we go ahead and put that in there. And then what we're gonna do in the meantime, it'll be time to put these grits to work. And again, this is a quick, simple, easy meal. Okay. All right. So give me 1 second here. And y'all chat with me. Let me know y'all can hear me. Let me know y'all can see. Ain't nobody saying nothing. What's going on? Okay. So we do have our grits. I also have bell pepper and onion already cut up. So I have the tricolor bell pepper here, yellow, green, and red. We have some garlic here, some minced garlic. All right. And thank you, Kai, because I was just wondering, can the people hear me? Can the people see what's going on? And then I have some onion here. You can't do nothing without a little onion, okay? Can't do nothing without a little onion. You can't do nothing without a little onion. But how about this? Let's season up our shrimp. Let's do that. Let's do that real quick. Let's season up this shrimp. So I do have this really big bowl for no reason. But here are my shrimps, right? They have been deveined. Devein your shrimp, okay? Devein your shrimp. All right. So we're gonna season this up. I'm gonna use very simple seasonings, nothing too major, because your sauce is gonna be pretty seasoned. So I'm just gonna add some garlic powder in here. All right, y'all see that? Garlic powder. All right. And then we're gonna add some Tony's Creole seasoning in here. Now listen, no time will go to asking me how much this seasoning you supposed to put in there, how much it is. Uh-uh. Just season it till your ancestors say stop. We got some we got some black pepper. Okay. Y'all see that there? We got some black pepper. I need to move that light over here. All right. We're gonna go in with a little onion powder. These are your seasonings you should already have in your cabinet. A little onion powder. Okay. And I do like to add a little lemon pepper seasoning. Okay. Do like a little lemon pepper seasoning. So we're gonna add some of that lemon pepper seasoning in there. And for color, y'all, for color, add your little smoked paprika. If you don't got no smoked paprika, you can use regular paprika. Okay. All right. Uh-oh. And here we go. Let's go ahead and add some of that paprika in there. Right. Y'all see that shrimp? All right. Now here is where we're boiling our water for our grits. And yes, I do think you should put seasoning in your grits. Okay. All right. So now We use that Don Don drip oil over here in this pan, okay? And we're gonna add our sausage in here, okay? We just want that to get a little brown. We want it to get a little brown. So a little brown, a little brown. All right. Uh-oh. I was trying to put this show on stage. My granny always said good cooks never measure. Yeah, but I don't know nothing about measuring. I don't know nothing about measuring. Okay, so we just gonna kind of even that out in the pan here. Y'all don't got no wooden spoons and stuff. Get you some wooden spatulas. Get you some wooden spatulas and wooden spoons, okay? They're good to have. And this is just regular andouille sausage. Okay, it's just regular andouille sausage. All right. Now, a lot of people put cheese, like cheddar cheese, sharp cheddar cheese, mild cheddar cheese in their grits. I actually like to put smoked Gouda in mine. So I do have some smoked Gouda in mine. So what I'm just adding here is a little bit of heavy whipping cream in there. And then we are going to add our grits, stirring with a whisk, or you use the wooden spoon still too. I just like to use the whisk because it whisks out all the lumps, in case if you have any lumps. But the secret to that is slowly adding it. Okay, so move this over just a little bit. All right, so we're gonna slowly add these grits in here. I need to- because we just added that because we just added the heavy whipping cream and it was cold, it stopped it from boiling a little bit. So this is good. You can go ahead and add your grits in and just kind of stir as you add. Okay. And listen, y'all, they also have better than bouillon at the store. It's good to use. You can use a spoonful of that in here too if you want to. To give it a lot of flavor. All right. I think we're good on the grits right there. And stir those around. And then I'm gonna put them on low because they're gonna start bubbling like lava if you don't. All right. Y'all see that? Yeah. Uh-oh, Lord. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. So to keep them from getting sticky and all of the things, we're just gonna add a lid. And that lid don't go to that pot. That's shame. Oh God. Okay, so we're just gonna add that lid and bring them down to low. All right. So our sausage is pretty good here. All right. So we're gonna add this sausage to a little plate or something. And then we're gonna go ahead, drop in just a little bit more olive oil. And here's where we're gonna introduce our shrimp to this. Um, y'all hear them grits bubbling? That mean they on too high. Okay. So we're gonna turn them down. And you honestly can put them on the back. You can miss the heat, honestly. They're still gonna cook. So here, we're gonna go ahead. I gotta get all this meat out of here. Hold on, y'all. Okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and add this shrimp in here. And I'll probably do need a little bit more olive oil. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right, turn it down. We're gonna go ahead and add our shrimp here. I have washed my hands, y'all. Clearly, I need a little bit more oil in the center. Okay, flip this over a little bit. There we go. So as y'all can see, the shrimp is cooking, and then you can just add just a little bit. See, here's why I messed up. I should have added some olive oil to the actual shrimp. What was I thinking? All right. So now I'm going to clean up this area. Clean up the area. Clean up the area. Clean up your area. Clean up your area. Clean up while you're cooking. Clean up while you're cooking. So this shrimp only about 3 minutes on both sides. Okay. Don't overcook your shrimp. Don't overcook your shrimp. Don't overcook your shrimp. Once you start to see that pink on the opposite side, it's ready to flip. All right. So far, so good, y'all. Let's take a look at these grits while we wait. So we want to, I'm going to add some more cream to these grits. But you see that chicken bouillon did some good right there. All right, and so I have about a cup, maybe about a cup of shredded smoked Gouda cheese. I'm gonna add just a little bit more heavy whipping cream here. Add just a little bit more. I have a little broth here. Just gonna pour just a bit and a little bit more heavy whipping cream so it can be creamy. Uh, so just set it in there. Uh-oh. So remember, when you add your cheese, it's gonna thicken up even more. So, all right. Don't laugh at me because I am about to use a spoon to flip these shrimps, but that's gonna be all right. All right. And then you leave all that flavor down there because for our we're gonna use that for our sauce. And when I tell y'all this is such an easy meal, easy comfort meal, rather. Ah, go. And so here's where we're gonna add. some butter to our grits. And once we take these shrimps out, we're going to add some butter in there. And then we're going to add our peppers, our fresh peppers. And listen, uh, this is a little less than half a stick of butter that I'm about to put in these grits. And I can see it. And it's right there in them grits. Y'all see that? All right, so our shrimp is almost done. And I promise you, this is an easy meal. Okay, so just allow that butter to melt up in there. By the way, the burner is not on either where the grits are at. So let me just kind of bring these grits here. I'm gonna add a little bit more heavy whipping cream, but this is the consistency just about what I like for my grits. Okay, so we have smoked Gouda cheese. Here's our smoked Gouda cheese. I did grade this. Okay, so we're gonna add it. Okay, and so we're gonna stir this around. All right. And no, I'm not going to add any salt because I did use salted butter and I used the chicken bouillon, which is already good on the salt. But I am going to add some black pepper. And that's what you want those grits to look like. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and remove the shrimp from the pan here. And y'all see all that at the bottom? That's good seasoning. Don't get rid of it. The moisture from your vegetables are going to bring that down anyway. Leave that. Let's go ahead and add those peppers, those fresh peppers. And we're gonna cook these a little bit, and then I'm gonna add my onions. I don't know difference. I like to cook my bell peppers down before I add some onion up in there. So the moisture from the vegetables are gonna bring that from off the bottom of this pan. Mm, you kind of scrape it to give it just a little help. Thank you, Aaron. Now I'm about to hold on. I want to see y'all comment. Now I'm about to change my menu for tomorrow. What you was gonna cook tomorrow, brown mama? All right, y'all see how that is lifting at the bottom of the pan? See that? All right, so now we'll add onions. This smells so good. I'm probably not gonna, I'm not gonna use all those onions. All right. Uh-oh. Mr. Cut. But okay. Just add those onions up in there like so. We're just gonna let those cook for about 2 minutes. Mhm. Okay, this kind of helps me see y'all's comments because for whatever reason, I can't see them on the screen. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now what you can do, now this is optional. This is optional. You do not have to do this. But if you want a bit of a thicker sauce, you may need to add a little flour. So I'm gonna add 1 tablespoon of flour. It's optional. You don't have to do it. But I like thicker sauce. And so we're just gonna add that in there and let that flour cook out. Y'all know y'all grandmama told y'all let that flour cook out, didn't it? Yeah, grandmama told you to cook that flour taste out. All right. Okay. So now, make sure you get all that off of there. All right. So now, um, I have some more broth over here, and I'm going to add that here. And I just took some of that chicken bouillon, and I just made my own little broth. Okay. So then let's give this not much, but just a little bit. Oh, add just a little bit more. Okay. There we go. All right. And then so we're just gonna give this a good stir. We ain't done yet. Just gonna give this a good stir. All right. Okay. And so now I'm going to add just a few seasonings here, not much. So I am gonna add a little bit of the lemon pepper that I talked about earlier. And you can turn that down to low so it doesn't over um so don't do too much. Some onion powder, some garlic powder, some black pepper. And stir that around. Get those seasonings incorporated real good. All right. Now, here is where you're going to add a little heavy whipping cream, cream it up. All right. So there is our sauce. It's real simple. I promise y'all it's simple. Very simple. All right. I had to get that a taste. If y'all notice, what do y'all notice that I didn't use? Do y'all notice something that I did not use? I'm just wondering if anyone's gonna catch on. Anybody gonna catch on what I did not use? Yeah, just a little bit of Tony's in there, not much. All right. I didn't use any salt. Didn't use any salt. Do y'all see how quick that was? Huh. That was quick. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to add your sausage back in here in your sauce. If you don't want to put it in your sauce, you don't have to, but why not? So add it back to your sauce. And then we're going to plate this up. And it's not like I'm going to eat it right now because I have two more panels I need to do. So it's not like I'm going to eat it right now, but I do want to plate it up for you guys. I do like spicy food. I love spicy food, actually. But not everybody likes it. Not everybody else likes spicy food. All right. So now I'm going to plate this up and just show you the finished product. Okay. So start off with my grits. Right. Then we're going to add us some shrimp on here. Thus far. And then we'll add some of our sauce on top. Do y'all see that? Just out of, and don't mind the fact that I am telling y'all, hold on. I believe in making sure your plates are clean. All right. So there we have it. Very simple, very easy. You have your shrimp, you have your sauce. And again, if you don't want to add those things to the sauce, you don't have to. Okay. But this is it right here. This is it. This is it. This is it. What do you guys think? What are you guys thinking? Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me put this back up. So what are you guys thinking? Let me know. Would that be something that you think you can whip up down to the house? Okay, I have to turn my phone so I can read the comments. Delicious, looks delicious. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, Mr. Lane Ford. I have tried everything in my power not to use a whole lot of salt. Number one, you ain't supposed to. And then number two, I get salt heavy, you know, and I ain't trying to let that happen. Now, what you could also eat this with, get you a lemon, cut you a lemon in half or whatever, and squeeze you a little fresh lemon juice on top. I promise you it's going to be good. All right, y'all. So I wanted to do that quick meal for you guys as a part of the summit. Um, our last panel discussion was so good that we kind of went over, which I told y'all was probably going to happen. But I'm going to play some more music for about, if y'all give me 7 minutes, we can get everything going and do our last and final panel and wrap up. We have 2 more panels and then wrap up. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's play some of this music, child. Let me see.
On top. We was down for a minute, but we on top. On top. We was down for a minute, but we on top. Top 5. On top. Haters thought that we was finished, but we on top. We made it. On top. We was down for a minute, but we on top. We made it. Big win. On top. Had to climb up from the bottom, now we on top. On top. We was down for a minute, but we on top.
So I see y'all having a debate about the grits. If I was eating grits for breakfast, like on a side, like say I have bacon, eggs, whatever, give me a little sugar, butter and sugar. But if I'm eating them like this, add all the savoriness that you can to it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it. So I'm a little different. I like both. I like both.
On top. We was down for a minute, but we on top. Top 5. On top. Haters thought that we was finished, but we on top. We made it. On top. We was down for a minute, but we on top. We made it. Big win. On top. Had to climb up from the bottom, now we on top. On top. We was down for a minute, but we on top. On top. We was down for a minute, but we on top. Let's go. Top 5. On top. Haters thought that we was finished, but we on top. We made it. On top. We was down for a minute, but we on top. We made it. Big wins. On top. Had to climb up from the bottom, now we on top. On top. We was down for a minute, but we on top.
Baby, take it all off for me. Just take it.
All right, y'all. Shout out to y'all. Y'all dope. Y'all was patient. I needed 7 minutes to run back here. Y'all hear I'm out of breath. Whew, we should have had somebody on here with fitness. I need to lose a few pounds. Okay. Listen, y'all. So I think the last panel what we'll do because we are off our schedule because the last panel was so great. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna kind of incorporate the last two panels into one. Okay. That's how we'll do that. So I can get y'all out of here. I know it's Saturday. Y'all probably won't get to doing some other things. So that's how we'll do that. Can y'all give me a thumbs up? Guess y'all good with that? Y'all okay with that? Y'all can hear me, right? Okay. Yeah. Thumbs up. Interest, you good? I don't know if he can. If he can hear me. Kai, can you hear me? I don't think they can hear me. Okay. Let's put it on the screen. All right. Let's see here. All right, y'all. Mr. Miller, Mr. Antras, you're on the screen. I don't know if you can hear me or not. But we're about to bring you up on the screen. I got Miss Antoinette back. We had a great. She opened it up. It was amazing, absolutely amazing. We had a great time, and now we have Kai with us as well. Okay, so we're gonna do these last two panels together. Let me pull this up. All right, y'all. Welcome again back to the Cultural Table Summit. I'm glad that you guys have been a part. It's been absolutely amazing. Now we're going to have conversations about music. And then we're also going to jump into the last thing, which is going to be boss moves, black owned businesses, and what we can do in there. Okay. So let me bring everybody to the screen. Kai, you good over there?
Yep, I'm good.
You good? Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure if I remove the thumbnail. All right.
I'm good too.
You're
Hopefully,
good. You're
I'm
good,
good.
Miss Internet.
I'm ready.
All right. Well, we're back. We're back, and we have Mr. Antrez Miller with us. All right. A great singer, and he does multiple things, but I'm going to let him tell us about him and give us your background. Wait a minute.
He'll come back.
Yeah, he'll come back. He'll come back. But we'll get introduced to Entrez. I Princess, is she? You know if she's coming
I
back.
I just let her know that we were doing it, so
We're back on.
yes,
Yeah, I know we're a little off from the last panel. It was so good, Mr. Entrez. How you doing?
I'm
Am I
doing
saying your
well.
name right?
Yeah, you said it right.
Okay. I just want to make sure because I will butcher a name. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for being prompt as well. I appreciate that as well.
No problem at all. I'm glad to be
The
here.
time zone, huh? The time zone did it. The time
Yeah,
zone did
yeah.
it. All right. So give us a little bit of your resume and a little bit of your background so that we could get to know you a little bit and we'll get into everything.
Okay. Well, hey, my name is Andres Miller. I am a native and a current resident of in Valdosta, Georgia. So that's about 4 hours south of Atlanta. I'm right on the Florida Georgia line right here and everything like that. But I'm an independent artist. I have been recording music for the past 5 years. I've been doing music and ministry for the past. I just celebrated 10 years in February of being in music, being in ministry. So that's very exciting for me. I have two singles out right now, Your Grace and El Shaddai. On all streaming platforms. I have been working with numerous artists. I've worked with Miranda Curtis before. I've worked with Johnson Nelson. I've worked with Jamal Roberts before, and um, I've also written songs for a couple of artists in my South Georgia area as well. So I'm just really excited to be here. So.
Come on, songwriter, singer. Come on, resume. You know what's crazy? Let me tell y'all just a crazy story about Jamal Roberts. It's kind of a full circle moment. So probably right after everything opened up after the pandemic, I was at one of my friends' house, and Jamal was there. Jamal was there. I had no clue that Jamal would be who Jamal is this day, knowing that I was once in his presence before. So I think that's
Wait, did he freeze for you guys?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Okay. That was just me.
pretty dope. He had a good.
Then he went fast forward.
He'll be back.
Right. Fine choice. I definitely have to add you to my music library.
The devil. You're gonna kick me out my own stuff. Okay. Can y'all hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay.
I can see him. I can't hear him.
You can't hear me?
I can't. But keep going. I'm gonna try to fix it on my end. You keep going.
Okay.
I hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay. So here's what we're about to do. So we're gonna include both of these panels together, and we'll end with the boss moves on the panel. So I'm pretty sure interest just went out and came back in. So here are a couple of talking points in music. All right, Kai and Princess and Trez, I know that you guys can really answer these questions. So I wanted to. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, here we go. There we go. All right. So I wanted to talk because both of you have foundation in the church, right? And so I want to ask this question. In your music choice, have you ever wanted to drift away from the gospel industry and maybe wanted to go toward maybe the secular R&B, rock, country? Or has your heart always been in the gospel music? I would like to know that.
This
You want to
is
go
either
first?
right.
Yeah, either one of y'all, whoever want to tackle it first.
I think my experience being a BGV has been different. Um, Being an artist is new, is different, is new for me. My single just dropping this year, but being a BGV, I've done all genres of music. I'm a person that believes that music in itself is a sacred thing, and that God is the creator of creativity and musicality. So I knew for me doing my own music, it was always going to be Christian, inspirational, that type of thing. But I love music as a whole, and I've lend my voice to all types of things. If you look at my credits, there across genres. If I believe in the music itself, I'll be a part of it. I do have standards of some things that I won't do and won't be a part of, but I care. I care about the lyrics. I care about the intention of the song.
All right, awesome.
Hi.
Hey, Princess.
So I'll go ahead and kind of bust the bubble in a sense. Every other genre of music is more accepting than gospel music. Does that mean that I love it any less? No, it does not. And it's really just because of the message that you're speaking of in gospel music more than you speak of in R&B, pop, jazz, whatever you may have. I for a moment when COVID happened, all the churches shut down, but the clubs weren't stopping. Clubs they were still dancing, they were still sweating, they were still doing everything they wanted to do. So I had the opportunity to be a part of a local band here, and I got to see a different side than what I grew up with, because I grew up Church of God in Christ, and we didn't do any of that. We didn't do any of that. But when the opportunity came for me to do our R&B and be part of the local cover band, I did see a lot more acceptance from people, not only the people who played the music, but people who heard it as well. A lot of people are more receptive. They say, "Hey, we just want to come have a good time with you." You know, some of them don't care if you can sing or not, but that your energy, everything like that. It did at one point make me want to switch from being a mainly gospel artist to being an R&B artist because hey, this is easy. The money is great, and these people they just want to have fun. And for a time, I was like, yeah, but then like you said, the standards. There's just some things that I won't do. There's just some things I just cannot do that will eventually impact my sound, my music, and eventually my career. And I just could not see myself pursuing that in R&B music. But I found personally a greater reward for myself in gospel music than I did in R&B. One thing that is very hard to obtain, but is the most priceless thing in the world is peace, and I find my peace in gospel music. So.
Because my next question I was going to ask you is, oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So can you share like what things were you seeing being asked of you that you felt would compromise who you were?
Well, okay. So here was one of the things that I encountered and we was definitely in the very end. Well, we was at the end of being part of the band and everything. I think that's really what made me want to leave. And we got to a point to where we were singing at a bar in Mississippi, and the weirdest requirement. There are weird things that happen in this country. I will admit that. Very, very weird things. But you had to have a 2-drink minimum from anybody. It didn't matter if you walked in or not, in order to be on the premises. And the bar owner, regardless of if you were singing there, you were playing there, anything, you had to have a 2-drink minimum. And I explained that to our band leader at the time. I was like, hey, I don't drink. You know, that's just, and it wasn't a religious thing for me. It's just I didn't drink, I didn't consume. But it was like, man, they paying us a lot of money, and in order to come in and sing, you gotta drink and everything like that. I said, but that's not what I do. That kind of started the stretch of the standards of saying of what we originally committed ourselves to doing. Also, I was engaged. I was engaged at the time. I'm married now, but some bandmates saw how good I could sing, and they saw that as a way of influence, and so they would try to sell me to different, I guess to say club owners and stuff like that, to not only use my voice but my appearance and everything like that to try to, I guess, get away into somebody's club and everything like that. And that's not what I came for. I came to sing and have a good time and go home. But when those kind of things took place and the stretch started to happen, I seen that it really was no longer for me. But on the spiritual aspect, when God started revealing those things to me, I started to see that, hey, I'm not getting peace like I did. I don't feel as assured about these things I used to, and I think it's best for me just to not exactly go back to where I work best with, but to put more investment of my time, energy, and talent into something that I can see me being at peace with that doesn't compromise my standards. So
I think that's. Do y'all hear echo? I think it's on interest. I think it's on your. Okay. So, Miss Jones, I know you just got here, but one of the questions that I asked, and I already know, I think I know the answer to the question for you, but I had asked these two gentlemen because I know that they sing gospel music. I wanted to know, how is it, pretty much you've been raised in a church, you do gospel music, and kind of what it feels like to go outside of that, whether that be country, whether that be hip hop, whether that be rap, whatever it may be. How do you handle that? And so Andreas gave us a great answer. Kai gave us a great answer, but I kind of think I know what your answer is going to be, but I'm gonna let you answer.
It's actually a really good question. I had a conversation about this this past week with a friend, and the conversation kind of he was asking me, how do I operate when I'm on the darker gigs, so to speak, and darker meaning because a lot of artists these days, they don't have a religion, they don't really practice any type of religion, so it can get a little darker than what you're used to in the gospel world. and spiritually is what I'm saying, because they don't really have any limits of where they can go, as far as, lyrics and props, things of that nature. Like I've been on stage with artist Playboy Cardi, and when I tell you the whole stage was lit up, I'm talking about entourage, just 100 some people, and you got all types of stuff going on stage, and you're at work. I've been involved in all different types of genres, from country, R&B, rap, you name it. So I've been a part of a lot of different environments, and I feel like it just goes to where your personal relationship is with God. You have to stay honed in on that and not really become so sensitive to the environment to where it's like, oh, if what you want to do is be professional, because you're going to be a part of things that you don't necessarily believe in sometimes, unless you're just strictly, keeping yourself in the gospel industry, which is nothing. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. I feel like if you want to only sing gospel, and honestly, if I could be honest, I've traveled with some of the world's top gospel artists, and it's been just as dark. It just depends on, like I said, not necessarily you succumbing to the environment, but just remembering who you are, what you represent, and adding that light to the room. There's been times when we're getting ready to go on and do a very secular set, and we all come together like, we still here to pour into somebody out in the audience. Somebody's gonna look at one of us and be like, yeah, she's carrying the light, he's carrying the light, so let me hone in on them. So it's just really, it's no real right or wrong answer when it comes to what you choose to subject yourself to. You just really got to have a real relationship with God and know where you are, so that you won't be so easily tempted. You won't be so easily easy to just go with the flow too much, that you're flowing right into the devil's playground. But yeah, it's really, it depends on what your thriving relationship with God, in my opinion. That's how I handle myself in those situations. I don't really I don't find myself tempted in those situations, because I know who I am, where and what I'm there for.
That's good. That's good. And Trez, I want to ask you a question. I know you said you're an independent artist. How does that look like as far as business for you? Like, and what I mean by that is, how are you able to structure yourself? Because of course, when you have other people behind you, it's what they want you to do. But when you're independent and you're doing your own thing, how have you learned how to kind of structure that for yourself?
Well, there are definitely pros and cons to being an independent artist. And that's something I had to learn the hard way, because as much as you are very, wanting everybody to be behind you, and you want everything to flow like how you see everybody else's journey of being, getting to stardom, I guess you could say, it's not always necessarily the independent artist's story. There are a lot of times that you have to put a lot of your own money up front to fund your dream and everything like that. And what people, I think, what a lot of independent artists fail is realizing is you still need to have a full-time job in order to support your dream. No one can get to where they want to be just off of Cash App donations, or Zelle me this, or Venmo me that, or hey, if you believe in me, give me thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. No one can invest in you if you don't see the investment in yourself. So that's one thing that I definitely had to change my mind into being, is that yes, everybody, a whole bunch of people love my voice, they love the music that I write, but they don't love it that much, or I'm not giving them a reason enough to love it if I'm not investing in myself enough to say, hey, I need to be able to drive myself to different kind of conferences, different types of band camps or anything like that, to meet these new people. I have to invest in myself. I have to be able to say, hey, I'm a brand. I have to respect. Would I buy me? And of course, people, you say at the end of the day, oh, you talk about me like I'm a product. At the end of the day, you are a product. If you're an independent artist and you're looking to sell yourself or sell your voice, sell your music, that and create a stream of revenue for yourself, then you have thus became a product. And in that shape or form, you have to package yourself. You have to box yourself. You have to wrap the bow and everything around yourself to be able to present to people, to be able to buy. And that requires an investment of yourself. So realizing that, hey, nobody's going to do this for me. I have to be my own manager. I have to be my publicist. I have to be the songwriter. I have to be the one to communicate, hey, I need this artist here. I need this musician here to work with me. I need to do my own social media. And the hardest part for some people sometimes is getting on social media and putting yourself out there, making different connections and everything like that. So turning my head from just saying, hey, I'm a great singer, into, hey, I need to structure myself as an independent artist. It takes a lot of discipline, but it takes a lot of investment into yourself and what you see, what you want to create and mold yourself into being. What do you want people to see you as? When they look up your name, you want them to say, hey, this is that person, or you want them to share with somebody else, hey, this is who I've been talking about and everything like that. I think the craziest statement I ever hear from anybody is, oh, I want to be famous so I can be like such and such. No, I want to be me. And that's one thing I had to learn. Yes, I have influences that influence my sound and everything like that. But at the end of the day, what is making me different? And I think I heard in the last panel, what is making me different than the 15,000 other people who are, doing what I do? Because there are a lot of great singers in this world. Whole bunch of great singers, but what makes me different than them? So finding a way to structure myself, be creative, and to see what makes interest. It takes some time. It takes discipline. Like you said, it takes structure and changing your mind. And especially as a gospel artist, it takes hearing from the Lord, saying, God, what do you want me to be? What's the words you want me to speak? And I'm your puppet. You tell me what to say. That's what I'm gonna do. So.
Go
And
ahead, Ms.
honestly,
Jones.
people will invest in you if you have the right numbers. I think a lot of, even no matter what industry you're in, people are just looking at, like, well, in top investors, because they want to be able to know if they invest in you that they're going to get their profit back. And numbers, your engagement, your analytics. I think a lot of people take social media for granted. Study your analytics. Study what your audience, the hours, because the hours that you post matters. Being consistent across the board with, like, if you have a single, get people to sing a line of your single, a verse. Make people interested in what you have, and not just put so much pressure on yourself. I have a heart for indie artists. I wish back in the day I used to want to be an A&R. I still might accomplish that dream one day, but I've always had a knack for checking out people early on and saying that person is going to make it. I remember I'm a radio baby. My dad has been in gospel radio since I was a toddler. So he would always bring the music home and let me put my little childlike ears on it. And I remember Mary, he brought Mary home. And this is before they became who they are. And I was like, Dad, those girls are going to make it. At first, he was not sold. He was like, I don't know. I was like, no, they are going to make it. And the next thing you know, they were Mary. I just feel like we live in a day and time where, yes, you have to put your all into your artistry. You have to put money. It costs a lot of money to be an independent artist. But don't sleep on what numbers can do for you, and building those numbers up, getting people interested not only in your music, but you as a person. Cardi B just literally skyrocketed, and she hasn't put out an album in 7 years, but people was interested in her story, and she put all of that into her album. The last 7 years, she's put all of her. I don't suggest gospel artists put all their business out there. You got to know where you are, what your lane is. I'm just using her as an example. But throughout those 7 years, people were totally invested in who she was and what she was going through, and then she poured all of that into her music. Kind of use that same system and give the people who you are. Get in front of the camera, talk to them. Somebody might be having a situation that you can testify and pour into their life, and now they want to listen to what you're singing about, all because of a story that you sat in front of the camera and told about yourself. And they're like, oh my God, that happened to me too. You know, write a song about it.
I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. Listen, let me go get me an album together and come on out with a little something. No, I'm just playing. The people would not want to hear it. Okay, so um, okay. So I'm kind of tying both segments up because I don't want to tie up y'all's full day. So I'm putting both together. So I kind of want to move to the uh boss moves black on business piece of even music. You can't you're a business too, right? That's how people support you. Um, Miss Jones, when you created, and I'm probably gonna get tied up when I say this, it's BGV.
Yeah.
Okay. When you created BGV, what was your mindset like then? What was your mindset?
My real mindset was getting out of my small town. That was really where I was at. When I created Team BGV, first of all, I created Princess the BGV. That was how I started off my brand. I remember getting a call one day. This is whenever I was living, I think I was in Durham. I was living in Durham, North Carolina. Had just moved from my hometown of Aberdeen, North Carolina, which is a place nobody has ever heard of. Um, and I got a call because one of the background singers out of Fayetteville, she's my cousin actually. She called me. She was like venting to me about she did a gig. She was doing several gigs with this one person, and they were not paying her, which was a repetitive story across the board that I kept hearing. And not only were that the background singers not getting paid, some of them, but a lot of them were getting underpaid. And then as I was trying to grow in my career. I was already singing with my sister, but I was trying to get more out there. I was asking questions to different background vocalists that were already doing tours and all that stuff, and they were giving me like the most cliche answers. I won't say gatekeeping, but I'll say gatekeeping for lack of better words because that's kind of what it was. So I just, I got tired of hitting walls. I got tired of hearing complaints. I was like, you know what? I'm going to literally create a safe space. That was literally, it was nothing more than that. It was me creating a safe space for background vocalists to one, get information. How can we get in this business? And when we do get in this business, how do we operate in this business? What are the rates? What are the going rates for where we are for different cities? How do we brand ourselves? I had already branded myself as Princess the BGV on Facebook and Instagram, and it was going very well for me. I wiped out my page completely and started focusing on just putting content, resume form content out there, and that kind of made me the example of like how to grow as a background vocalist. And then I had all these different vets coming into the room because nobody had ever had a space for background vocalists. This was a completely new thing. Everybody had spaces for dancers and musicians, but background vocalists, it was nothing for us. If you Google information right now, or you try to find background vocal footage or any information, it's very limited. And I wanted to change that. I wanted to be the beacon of change in that because it's a real career. It's a very lucrative career, and it's a consistent career if you do it right. So that was really where my mindset was affording not only myself that path and that opportunity, but for others, because I was like, I'm not the only one that wants this. I'm not the only one with these questions. But somebody had to do it. So that's what it was.
And you were the one to do it. I'm here for it.
Period.
I'm here for it. Now, Kyle, let me ask you: when you joined the group, what was your mindset like?
I had a little bit of apprehension in the beginning, if I be honest. And I think Princess can attest to this. I knew who she was, but by the time I joined Team BGB, I've been in the industry for a minute. I dare even say maybe a decade. And I had done things like A&R, I had done things like doing demos and working for a label specifically. And so wanting to be a part of a community, I knew I had something to give as well as wanting to learn. And so when I got into the group, there are a lot of groups on social media. There are an overwhelming number of groups. But it was something about the presentation of Princess and then the people in the community. She's also very selective. I know we talked in some of the earlier sessions about we have all types of people in Team BGB. Some of them are actual singers, some of them on production side, some are on musician side, but they've done a very good job of keeping it a safe place. They're very particular. There's questions when you come in to join the group, and there are things they do throughout to make sure you stay active and so that it stays a safe place. So soon after getting in there, I was just such a sense of relief and community. Like you said, I didn't come from necessarily a small town, but I didn't have a lot of people who were doing what I was doing. So you feel isolated, you feel alone, people who you can't always talk to about the opportunities and spaces that you're in. They don't understand, or they're not in the same place. So be able to come in that group and be like, oh no, like we've done this, we've toured, we've done these things, these are tips to do that differently. Here are some suggestions, whether it's genre specific or across the board. It was an amazing experience. And I tell Princess all the time, my career has double, tripled because of Team BGB, not just in my skill, but also my capacity, my understanding, my knowledge. Like the vocal contract that I drew down at Creative Collective Group and stuff, I would not be doing that if it had not been for Princess.
Same. My career from that experience over the years, it started in 2016, so we'll be turning 10 years old next year. Within the past 10 years, my career has accelerated. It's honestly, it's literally the reason why I'm in Los Angeles right now and working doing some of the biggest work I've ever done in my life, and it's going to continue to grow. And people loved watching. I get this story all the time. People loved watching my journey because when I started Team BGB, I had hardly no experience as a background singer. It was literally me yearning for information, yearning for connection, yearning for, I want to do this so bad. Just put me in the room with people that's already doing it. And I got it from there. I just need to grow and learn. And so people watching my journey from the community, it just inspires them. I've watched their journey, like Kai's. I watched a lot of people grow from just wanting to do this to now doing it. And it's just been a blessing.
I like that. And by the way, Kai does talk about the community all the time.
That's my baby.
I'm here for it. That's one thing that he is going to do. He's going to talk about the community. And I do appreciate it. That's why I asked earlier, do you have to be a background singer? Because
no, you don't. We invite you.
I can't really do nothing right now, but I can
we
cook
need a chef.
I can cook for y'all.
We need a chef.
I can cook for y'all. So Andres, is what Princess what she has a community of, and I'm pretty sure you were, because you were backstage during the other panel as well. Is that something that you lack in your area or where you're from? Is that something that you think could possibly be a help?
Oh, absolutely. I think I've been a part of Team BGB for probably a year now. I'm definitely in the back. I'm definitely a backseat member, but definitely in South Georgia, North Florida, it's dry. It's dry. I feel like in the pack of really wanting to find those background singers, and that's for any genre, especially for those independent artists who are looking for other people to work with. Who's saying that, hey, I know you're looking for work, and I'm trying to put out work. Maybe we can partner together and everything like that. Because I mean, people have tried over the years, I can say, to try to build network, but nothing has been consistent and stable enough. But what I've seen Team BGB do time and time again is that they have created such a solid foundation for people to come together and network, and definitely something like that would be enormous to our South Georgia region, because I tell you, with Valdosta, my city, we have so much potential here, especially if we all came together and worked together. But that's everybody's small town niche thing, problem thing. If everybody just came together, it would be such a great force. But I mean, be that as it may, what Team BGB does should be done in every single city that is around the country, because there are so many hidden talents that are going to be way better than us anyways. There are so many hidden talents that is better than the greatest voice you've ever heard, but if they don't know that they have an outlet or avenue to express their voice or get their talent through, or just network with somebody like yourself, you know, because not everybody in BGV is a singer, you know, but they're able to help in different ways. That is something that should be implemented not only in my city, not only in LA or New York, but every single city in the country that has musically inclined people.
Absolutely agree.
Now, Miss Jones, what is one story about? I keep wanting to say this. I get tongue tied. I got a fat tongue.
BGB. I'm going to make this a skit.
Okay. Let me ask you, what is a story from your community that kind of it has probably been the one of the best stories coming out of the community, like
Oh.
any testimony to it?
Oh, this is easy. I remember during the pandemic when a lot of us lost work out of the blue. We had so many, and this is something that we pride ourselves in this community. Like I said, background singers a lot of times are underpaid, and we still get so many requests. So now we're working on officially making a nonprofit. But during the pandemic, we were able to raise, I think it was like around, I can't remember the exact number, but we did a live-a-thon where we had different members of our community come and virtually perform, and people online that just enjoy what we do for our singers and for the world in general. They were pouring it in monetary gifts, and it was a live-a-thon that we created just to financially support the ones that lost gigs. So we were able to supply people with bill money, just money to get by for those months. I think we raised to the tune of almost $4,000. It might have been around that area, but we've done so much for our community, like outside of just information. We've literally poured, like one mother, she got evicted from her home. We were able to pay for her hotel for a few weeks just to make sure she was okay and give her extra money. So it's stuff like that really gets me going, because I know the stories, especially here in LA. One of my dreams is to have a house where people that come in and they have to travel in for work, or they're here for work. I want to create a house, a BGV house where, we're renting out those rooms, but funded. I want funding for these type of people, because this is a industry, honey, where a lot of things aren't the way that they need to be, and the world is not stopping just because that is the case. So we get a lot of requests from different people if they're on a gig and the gig just stops out of nowhere, because that does happen. I want to be able to be that one of the go-to companies where we're able to supply some needs, and because I know for firsthand how that is whenever you got bills and the gigs aren't coming how they need to. So, which goes back to his point. I also encourage them to get a job. Let's get some work.
Get a job.
I
Get
have
a
a job.
Get a job. Get a job.
Get a job.
Get a job.
But I also want to be one of the people, because there's organizations like Music Cares. I really want to become one of those companies that when things happen, we are funded to the point where we can disperse some money to our community, especially the ones that we know do this for real. So yeah, that was one of our proudest moments.
I like that. Okay, so now let's dive back into business. Okay, so here are a few talking points for the business, and I think music ties into this because you've created a business to this. However, I do want to ask Miss Antoinette. There were a few talking points for the boss moves that I think that you might can help us with here, and then of course, Miss Erin, I have some questions about. Erin, let me go to you first. So I know in our last panel, we discussed the difference between marketing and PR. Can you give us a little bit more on that, the difference between the two? Because I do think that people do get them confused. And I should have asked you then, but I do want to ask you now because I do still think it ties in with the boss moves.
Okay. Yeah. So when people are talking about they want marketing, and I was late. Actually, I was on a call with the label because we were discussing this whole thing too with another artist. when it comes to marketing and PR. But marketing, first of all, there's marketing, then there's promo, then there's PR. So marketing is your assets, is your how you are marketing yourself, your website, your graphics, your all of that. That's really what marketing, that how, and then, you know, you're putting your strategy plan on how now you're going to promo what you've already created, right? So you have to have those assets together, and you got to have those in a way to where now you're able to put the strategy together and then do the promo, which is the actual getting it out there, right? And then when we're talking about public relations, now here I am in, and I'm taking what you have, and then I'm creating a story, and I'm telling the story to media. So I'm putting that story that now we've created based off of what you like, for instance, depending on what we're doing. So I have a client who here, this is real time. I have a client who is a label, and our artists now, we have Southern soul singers, right? So now I'm learning more about the Southern soul, and that's not really my area. So I'm doing a whole lot of learning with the label as far as Southern soul. But Southern soul is a whole genre in itself. So now we're taking the song that is already created, right? We already have the whole marketing piece. We have the strategy is on the radio. So now me as a publicist, now I'm coming in and I'm taking that song and I'm creating, and you know, we have that story behind the song and all of that kind of stuff. And now I'm out there with podcasts and blogs and everything in the Southern Soul community, because that's where the story lies. So that's where I come in at. So that's kind of the difference between us, you saying, you know, well, you were supposed to market my thing. Well, no, that's, you're supposed to have somebody, you're supposed to hire somebody to get all your marketing together and then promo it. And then here I come in. Now I'm helping you create that story, whatever it is. And then from there, I'm helping you get on these big platforms. Now, you know, I can't guarantee you're going to be on J Hud or Sherry Shepherd or anything like that. But there's so many podcasts and radios across the board that I can help get you on, and I have relationships with that. Then now you're getting that additional exposure, whether you're getting in blogs and all that kind of stuff. Then that exposure then in return is going to help. It's going to help with the you know, the marketing and stuff that you've done, but you need to have that all together. And then I come in and I help it get out to the mainstream community.
I like that. I like that, because again, I think the people do need to know the difference, because some people don't know some people don't know the difference.
Right, and I run into that a lot, and a lot of times, you know, people, and again, and when we were talking before, you know, I can't do my job if you don't do your job. Like you can't tell me, you know, hey, Aaron, I want you to be my publicist, and I want to be in the news, and this is what I get all the time, right? I need to be in the news. I need to be this. I want to be in this podcast. I want to be on this radio show and all that. But what am I pitching? Do you have a story, or do you have an event that you're doing, or do you have a new song that you're releasing, or do you have a new book? Do you have something, or is there something that we can create, we can come up with now that is going to be newsworthy? Think about what you're doing, and is it newsworthy? Is the news, or is the media, or is the public gonna want to hear what you're trying to convey? And if not, we can create something. I mean, every month there's something, right? October is domestic violence month. Always, it's breast cancer month. Publicists are thinking every month how to curate something in those realms. So, for instance, one of my clients is going to Atlanta with Yandy and Carly Red and all of them. Now, it's not necessarily her area, right? It's not her genre. But it's helping her brand, because she's going to be with the Love and Hip Hop people, all that kind of stuff, something she wants to do. So it's domestic violence, and she has a story, you know, about somebody got killed. So, you know, there's something that we could do if it relates to you, but we got to create that story. So
I think that's huge. And honestly, you see that with a lot of influencers or celebrities. You know, the majority of the time that they're on podcasts or on the news is because they're promoting something or you know, marketing something that they have coming up.
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Because somebody in the back needed to know.
I love it.
Now, Miss Antoinette, we did discuss this morning, and I know some people aren't early birds, you know what I mean? But can you help us out with the legal protection structure and succession planning? Again, I know we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier, but if we could kind of just elaborate a little bit more on that, if we could.
Yeah. So first, I want to be an influencer, an estate planning influencer. Um, so like the top 5 business owner issues are lack of a succession plan, failure to separate business and personal assets, family conflict and poor communication, really lack of incapacity planning and power of attorney gaps, and then unclear valuation and buy sell agreements. So going back to the first point, lack of succession planning. You have a business and hopefully you've incorporated that business. And if you want that business to live beyond you, you are going to have a succession plan. Now, in terms of what artists do, that can be a little challenging because when you are the brand, when you are the business, unless you have some IP assets to transfer to another generation, your business is probably going to end with you. And so for artists, you absolutely need to be looking at what's my IP game look like? Have I protected my intellectual property? Because for artists, that is what's valuable. So if you don't have a plan for what happens at the owner's death or incapacity, this will typically end up freezing business operations. It will create family conflict and ultimately can devalue the company. All of these things undermine your estate planning goals. If your goal is to create and transfer wealth from generation to generation. Now, the continuity in planning is legacy. If you have a will or a trust, that is the tool that we're using to transfer ownership, but you don't have a succession plan, you won't transfer anything, really. You certainly won't transfer leadership because that's what succession planning is about. It's transferring leadership from yourself to someone else. That could be a family member, that could be a third party. And when you don't have that in place, you leave chaos for your family. Without an exit or a succession plan, heirs can face estate taxes without the liquidity to pay them. And this causes a fire sale, meaning your business is going to be sold for pennies on the dollar. Liquidity in estate planning is very important. I mean, even if you don't have, a huge estate, if you live in a state that has state estate taxes or state inheritance or death taxes, you still want to make sure that you have funds available to pay those taxes. You may not have a federal estate tax, but you may have a state estate tax. In Texas, we don't have that. We don't have an inheritance tax. And then we have potential fiduciary conflict. So when a successor trustee or an executor inherits a business interest without guidance, they may not actually have the authority or skill to run that business. And this leads to mismanagement, it leads to disputes, and ultimately it can lead to the ending of the business. So succession planning is incredibly important if your business is meant to be the vehicle for your family's wealth. And for most business owners, their business is their family's wealth. And if you don't plan for it, then what you are planning for is the ending of the wealth generation tool for your family. Point number 2, failure to separate business and personal assets. Too often people treat their business like their personal piggy bank. It is not that. You need to have your structure, and you need to, again, operate your business like a business. So you can't just be, taking money out for your personal expenses. Pay yourself. Be a W-2 employee. Put yourself on the books. Pay your company taxes. I mean, we're all looking for ways to plan for tax strategies, and work with qualified professionals. H&R Block is not the right advisor for a serious business owner. You need to work with a CPA. Does that mean that the CPA has to do your books? No, you can get a bookkeeper who is going to bill out at a lower rate to do your books. So the CPA is focusing on making sure that your tax payments are made quarterly as well as your yearly taxes. So there are tax strategies out there if your business is producing enough income where that becomes necessary. So in terms of failure to separate business and personal assets, if personal and business funds are mixed, creditors can reach into your estate after death. This undermines the limited liability protection, which is what you were seeking when you incorporate in the first place. And ultimately, if creditors can reach that money, then that shrinks what you can leave to your family. In estate planning, and as I mentioned this earlier this morning, for a business owner, you're more than likely looking at needing to do trust-based estate planning. And so when we're doing trust-based estate planning, especially in a state like Texas, where we are a community property state, so we have community property and we have separate property, and they get separate treatment. So we need to clearly identify what belongs to each person in a marriage versus, what belongs to the business. Without that clarity, valuations of the business and distributions become issues for dispute. And what I see a lot of when it comes to business owners is they think their business is extremely valuable. They use a certain calculation for that without ever having had a business valuation done. And you may be unpleasantly surprised that someone else looking to buy your business does not value your business at as much as you think it is worth. And the value is not just in the income that your business produces. It is in the systems and the processes that your business has in place. It is in the human capital that your business has, the experience of those people. Ultimately, if your business is going to survive beyond you, you have to make it scalable. And that means you really can't have it tied to you. You can't be the only person that's the rainmaker. You can't be the only person getting the work done. You have to have other people doing a lot of other jobs. When it comes to funding trusts, poor separation of assets makes it harder to transfer business interests into trusts properly. This, again, causes delays in probate if we actually have to go through probate, because one of the big benefits of using a trust is that it can avoid probate as long as it is fully funded. And what I mean by fully funded is all of your assets are in the trust, or they are made payable to the trust at the time of your death. And we have to document. And that means you are likely going to need to go and talk to an attorney to help you do this, because I can guarantee you don't know what you don't know. And when you don't know what you don't know, you end up doing very foolish things that create a lot of problems on the back end. I was at a conference recently where a gentleman who's in Georgia, actually, a tax attorney, he's like, there's nothing more expensive than cheap legal work. Because if you get it messed up because you were trying to, do it on your own, you went on Chat GPT or you Googled some form and you thought that was all you needed to do. Well, typically forms are only part of what you need to do. Family conflict and poor communication. Whether you're a business owner or not, this is a huge issue in estate planning. Your family dynamics impacts what your plan looks like. Family tension often prevents clear decision-making about business succession. This can lead to probate disputes, trust disputes, or lawsuits that destroy both the enterprise and the family. So most often in estate planning, when people have kids, they want to treat people equally. And while that sounds great on the surface, that is not always great in practical life. Equal does not mean fair. And so let's say you have a child that's involved in the business, and then you have a child that is not involved in the business. So what, you're going to leave them equal interest in the business? Well, I'm telling you, that's going to lead to somebody being mad. And when they start fighting about who's going to be involved actively in running the business, that child that's been running the business, involved in the business, they are not going to look kindly upon their sibling who didn't want anything to do with it, coming in and saying, oh, I want to have some sort of role or say so. No, there are ways that we can address treating people fairly. That doesn't necessarily look like equal, but it is equal, and it's also fair. Governance gaps. When you create an entity, you really need an operating agreement or a company agreement. It's called different things depending on where you are, because that is the document that says how your business is to be operated. It talks about manager rights and duties, voting, who can be a member of the entity. And it just makes having to do things involving that entity upon your incapacity or death a lot easier. And when your business is a family business, it becomes that much more important to have an operating agreement. But also on the family side, you need to have some family governance documents in place. So do you have a family mission statement? Do you have family meetings on a regular basis where you not only talk about the business, but you also talk about other issues in the family? There's so much dysfunction in our families these days that I know these types of discussions can be challenging to have, but they must be had if you are serious about building wealth, and certainly if you are serious about transferring that wealth to multiple generations into the future. Estate planning doesn't fail necessarily because there's something defective about the documents. They fail because families never learn how to have hard conversations about money, authority, and trust. Point number 4, incapacity planning and power of attorney gaps. Business continuity is, again, important if you want the business to continue if something happens to you, again, whether that be death or incapacity. And so not only do you need to have this operating agreement, but again, in terms of your own estate planning, that needs to be coordinated with your business plan. Now, you can have a power of attorney, but your power of attorney may not give your agent under that document the authority to do anything in relation to your business. And your operating agreement, even if you have an agent under a power of attorney, it may not allow that agent to do anything in relation to your business. So there are other documents that you need to make sure that you have in place that work with your plan overall. You know, a well-drafted power of attorney must coordinate with the company's operating agreement or bylaws. Otherwise, banks and partners will reject the agent's authority. And estate planning isn't just about who inherits the business, but who can run it temporarily or upon the death of the owner. And then finally, unclear valuation and buy-sell agreements. So a lot of people may not have ever heard of a buy-sell agreement. And again, I mentioned valuations. So without agreed upon valuation terms, buyouts and inheritance decisions become costly disputes that drain assets. So when you are, particularly when you have a partner in a business, there need to be terms set up about what's going to happen to your interest in that business if something happens to you. We want to have a buy-sell agreement in place so that the other owner can buy you out. The other owner may have absolutely no interest in being a partner with your spouse or with your significant other or with your kids. They're going to want the business if something happens to you. And you want to have that in place for your family. Because if you have nothing, then more than likely, your family is going to end up with either nothing or a lot less than you would have wanted them to have. Because when something happens to you, it doesn't mean that your spouse can automatically step into your place and start doing things. That absolutely does not typically happen. The other owner of the business can effectively, typically freeze them out of any management of the business. And that's not typically the result that people expect or necessarily want. But you also have to know, does your spouse even have the skill set to be involved in your business? They may not, and they may not have any interest in it, but they will want to be compensated for your interest in that entity. So buy-sell agreements are incredibly important. Again, if you are serious about, building wealth and passing on that to your kids and grandkids, these are the kinds of things that you need to have in place. The IRS and heirs may assign very different values to the business if there is no valuation method defined. This creates tax or equity disputes. And, you just don't want to be involved with a dispute with the IRS. I mean, again, it's just something that drains resources from your estate, which means your family gets less. Again, I mentioned liquidity planning. Buy-sell agreements are typically funded with insurance policies, and there are a myriad of ways to use insurance. It is not just for paying for your mama's funeral. It's not just for a benefit at death. You can utilize insurance to build wealth. And a lot of people are not aware of these types of strategies in our community. They may hear a little something on the internet, but they don't really know enough to understand the complexity of it or exactly how that works. Estate plans and buy-sell agreements, they need to say the same thing. Inconsistent language between the two documents, the trust or the operating agreement, buy-sell agreement, creates confusion and creates a litigation risk. So these are, when you're thinking about being a business owner and creating this generational wealth, these are the issues that you need to be aware of so that you can start planning now on how to deal with these and how to start building your business in a way that it is an asset that can either be sold or continue past your death to continue generating income for your family's life? That's all I got. Questions?
That was so loaded. I was sitting here taking mental notes because everything that you said was so good. It was so good.
It was good. In case if y'all haven't heard this morning, that this morning session was also amazing as well. It was amazing as well. Does anybody have anything that they wanted to say in regards to that? No? Okay. So this is what I want to do as we wrap up. I would like for each of you to give the audience or someone in the audience something that they can use, news that they can use, whether it be something that you learned today from someone else, or whether it's some advice that you might want to give someone in your field or your respective industry. I just want to go around and just one thing that you feel would help somebody, and that's how we'll wrap this thing up.
One thing. Oh, one thing. I don't know. I just dropped a lot of knowledge. I'm tapped out, man.
You did.
Okay. So one thing for people that may not have been here this morning is institute family meetings in your family to start normalizing conversations about these types of topics.
Good stuff.
I agree. Okay.
So much good stuff today. I guess personally for me, I would say remember your intention and your why. A lot of things that we've talked about today, whether it's genre specific, industry specific, across the board, I've listened to every presenter today. I think remembering why and the intention behind what we're doing, even it spoke really well to me what Miss Antoinette was just saying about secession, and they say if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Even in that, know your why. If my intention is generational wealth, then I'm going to take the steps necessary. I'm going to have hard conversations. If it's being a business owner and hitting those glass ceilings and getting resistance, whatever that may be for you, remember why you're doing it and your intention, and let that carry you through the process.
I love that. Mr. Miller, what's one thing that you can let the people know?
If there was one thing I had to leave with anybody, especially in this culture, the community, is stretch. Everything is not going to be something that you can control. A lot of things are going to be looking new as you progress and you go to higher heights, deeper depths. Some things are going to be new. You're going to meet some people. You're going to get into some situations that are going to be foreign to you, but embrace the newness, because as you have invested into your brand, invested into yourself, that you have protected yourself, and you are coming into everything that you have dreamed of, some of the things may feel uncomfortable at times. Some of the work and the time that it takes to get to some places may feel like it's tedious at some times, but you have to be willing to allow yourself to be stretched beyond what your understanding is. And she said it. When she took me to church in the last session, she said Romans 12 too. Don't get me talking about church. We'll be here all night. Don't do that. But it'll be disservice to us to pray for things, and when we see it happening before our very eyes, to think that they're imaginary friends. No, what is happening is real. You have to be able to go with what you have prayed for, use the tools that you have prayed for, and be willing to be flexible, to be nice. I think that's one thing people have forgotten about how to be. Stretch yourself to be nice. Yes, of course. You've been on tour for 50 days, and I know your face is tired of smiling. Smile through it. Be nice. It pays nothing to be nice to anyone. Let's just be nice and embrace every piece of newness that you may get. So,
I like that. Miss Erin?
there's so many things we've talked about across the board, and everybody has shared so much wisdom and knowledge. I guess for me, I think one of the things I would want to leave with anybody with even in the PR world or whatever, um, don't be afraid to ask for help. I think that a lot of times we're getting embarrassed maybe, or we get stuck or whatever the case may be, and then we feel like, we don't know where to turn or whatnot. But don't be afraid to ask for help, and don't be afraid to get a mentor. Don't be afraid to get somebody in that area that you're working in that can help you get to where you need to be. So when you're ready for a publicist, you already know the direction that you're going in. When you're ready for the attorney, or when you're ready to do this, so that's what one thing that I would share. Don't be afraid to ask for help, and don't be afraid to get a mentor.
I love that. That's speaking to me. Well, not the mentor part, but the help part. You talking to me? You talking to me, Miss Jones? Miss Jones.
Um, Again, today was amazing. Thank you for the invite. Really enjoyed myself and all the speakers. I would say move fearlessly and not let fear hold you back from the things that you know that you're supposed to be doing. Don't let it hold you back from your purpose and the vision that God gave you. And just go for it, because everything won't always be easy. Everything won't always be laid out for you. There will be a lot of times where you're going to want to give up, but just keep going and, you know, be fearless.
I love it. I love it. Well, first of all, I have to say that you guys have been absolutely amazing. Um, One of the things I did appreciate, I appreciate all y'all was on time. All y'all was on time, and I love it. I love it. True business owners. Let's put it that way. But I do appreciate y'all's time. I appreciate the help, the nuggets. I think everybody can use this. This will still be available. So if you wanted to share this with someone, even after the fact, I'm gonna leave this up because I do want people to. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I do have one thing, last thing I do want to say though,
I'll put it.
and it's to you specifically. A lot of times it takes a lot of work to do things like this, to put together an entire conference, and even though it's one day, to get all these different people together and to get the different topics, get different things, and try to have everything in place. And of course, not everything goes the way that you want to do it. Nothing does. If it did, it wouldn't be real. I promise you it would not. But I do want to say to you, as because I'm not one of those people that was going to cover my part and leave. No, I want to see what everybody else saw too, getting the same knowledge. And what I've seen the questions that you asked, and the insight that you wanted, not only for yourself but for everybody else to give, it speaks to your heart. Because I've been a lot on different other panels before, and I've done a lot of different other conferences. But one thing that I can see that makes you different is your heart and the reason, like I said, like how I was talking about the intention. If anything has shown me this year, is that 2025 has definitely have been a year of intention and being intentional with everything that you do. And I want to let you know that the seed that you have sown on today has it's definitely going to show in the lives of the people that have been a part of the panel, the people who have watched the panels and everything like that, because it's not easy doing what we do, and it's definitely not easy doing what you do. So me seeing what you've done is giving me my encouragement to keep doing what I'm doing and to keep networking and keep bringing people together. Because, and let's just be honest, us as Black folk, if we ain't gonna help nobody else, we got to be able to help our own. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to let you know that your labor is not in vain. And I'm telling you, the trees, the vineyards that you're going to see growing from this, it's going to blow your mind. Just as today is blowing my mind and introduced me to something new. I know it's going to blow your mind, and I'm excited to see what God is going to do for you in this next chapter of your life, as you continue to grow, not only in what you want to, but as you begin to be stretched as well. So that's all I have.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. I received all of that. I received that. I received that. I think you guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. I know that it's Saturday. Y'all can be doing anything. You know what I'm saying? So I do appreciate you all. There is still the Black resource book or resource guide for everybody. Every panel guest, I have put your Instagram link. If you have a website, you can send it to me and I can still go ahead and add it on there. I don't think I was able to get everybody's website. So if you do have a website, let me know and I can get it put on there. But this is a resource guide that you can look at any point. There's people on there, notaries on there. I have people who do TV mountain and whatever you name it, because it's a Black business. I want to be a resource guide for Black businesses. Again, I've just seen too many people give up, and I want to do what I can. So I want that resource available for everybody to have access to, just in case if, hey, it may be a question that you may think of tomorrow that you may want to ask somebody. So I, again, thank you guys so much. I wish you all nothing but the best. Please don't be a stranger. 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 I have to keep reiterating that. Don't be a stranger, okay? And if I don't respond to you right away, I'm gonna get to you eventually. I promise. So please, please, please. I do like this community that we built today. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. So with that being said, we have concluded the Cultural Table Summit. This is the first one. I'm hopeful and prayerful that it can keep going, and hopefully we'll get to do it in person. That's my hope. So again, thank you guys so very much. I appreciate it. All right. So I will talk to you all later. Thank you so much. Again, thank you, Kai. Let me just give you your flowers real quick, if you don't mind. Can I do that? I don't care if you don't mind. Listen, I want to say thank you to you, because when I mentioned this to you, you was right on it. Like, same as the tour, everything that I need, you're right there and you get it done. And I just appreciate you for how you represent yourself. I appreciate you for your endurance, your tenacity. It's great. And I don't want you to think that it goes in vain or that it goes unnoticed. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, y'all. Well, with that being said, I'm gonna go eat my little shrimp and grits I made a while ago, child, because I'm hungry. But I appreciate you guys again.
Send us a plate.
I know y'all want. I got y'all. All right, y'all have a good day, and thank y'all so much. All right, Dons. First of all, I just want to say thank you guys for the support. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Make sure that you're subscribed to all of the YouTube channels. Make sure that you follow all of these people on Instagram. Instagram is really the place. So please follow them on Instagram. Join these groups that you've heard about. Get a community. We really need this. And again, I appreciate you guys for seeing this through with me. Dons, y'all so dope. Terry, Bama, y'all so dope, because y'all gonna always support, and I do appreciate y'all so much. And to the people who couldn't necessarily be here today because something may have happened, thank you so much for even considering. To Sheridan, thank you so much, baby. We'll see you on the road. Y'all make sure y'all get her book. I'm gonna put a link to Scotty's book as well in the booklet. And again, if you scan this code or you tap the link at the top of the screen, you'll be able to see this. And again, I'm gonna continue to keep adding stuff. Okay. I was in the restroom trying to. You've been great today, and you've been working. So again, I appreciate that. Terry been working over here. So I do appreciate that. Guys, again, thank you so much. Thank you so much. My heart is literally like overjoyed right now. So again, thank you. I am going to leave this up. You have access to watch this on all 3 channels. I have a channel for TCDD Productionz. It is also on Don Don Unfiltered. Y'all know we talk about a lot of politics over there. Haven't been live over there in a moment, but it's over there, and it is still here on the main channel, and I'm gonna leave it up. Okay. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good day. We have been live officially for 6 hours. 6 hours. So shout out to y'all again. All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.